Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Please take your seats. We are going to start our work very soon. And first and foremost, we need to make an applause to one another, just to be ready for a fruitful day. So let's have an applause to one another. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. It's priceless for all of us and for our country. Thank you so much. Отже, пані та панове, ще раз.
So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're happy to welcome you at the event which is called Civil Society and Expert Day, which is taking place in the frames of the preparation for the session of the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children. We're going to have a very fruitful day. There are so many things we need to discuss and identify, and surely there will be very important aspects, but we're going to tell you later on about those. But whenever we start an event of that level, we surely have to recognize all those who were killed by the Russian Federation. As of now, officially recognized 700 children whose life were taken by Russia. We know that there may be many more of those lives. That is why before we start our work, I would like to announce a moment of silence to recognize the memory of those fallen in this war.
Слава, ні воля, ще нам, браття українці, усміхнеться доля. Згинуть наші вороженьки, як роса на сонці. Запануємо ми, браття, у своїй сторонці. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми козацького роду. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду.
Glory to Ukraine. I thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start, and today this event has come out a lot of representatives of different industries, directions. We have the civil society, the expert community, and of course our international partners and international organizations, public institutions, diplomatic community, and media. All those working on the return of the Ukrainian children who were illegally deported or forcefully transferred by the Russian Federation. And We were collected within the initiative of the President of Ukraine called Bring Kids Back UA. We would like to start, and I would like to welcome our prominent guests, the Vice Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Olena Kondratyuk. We would like to start with the opening remarks, and the floor is given to Olena Kondratyuk. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly a very important day for me. And today, in this hall, we have the people gathered who are not letting the world forget about the incredible crime that is committed by Russia against the Ukrainian children. And first of all, I would like to extend words of gratitude to Mr. Troitsky for his art installation, as he truly reflects the pain that we all feel today. And today we have here the researchers, the lawyers, volunteers, the human rights protection officers who help us to bring truth around the world. You turn testimony into evidences, the stories of our children towards the path of justice. As of now, the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine has verified 20,570 cases of deportation and forced transfer of Ukrainian children, but this is not the final number because we're receiving new and new data on the daily basis. According to human rights activists, Russia controls hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children who were deported, forcibly transferred, or those who remain on the occupied territories of Ukraine and face the risk of the further transportation. All that Russia is doing towards them is very like the genocide. Still, we've managed to return some of the children within the initiative of the President of Ukraine called Bring Kids Back to Ukraine. Every return is a joint victory of a state, volunteers, non-governmental organizations, and surely our international partners. On the 11th of May in Brussels, the state members of the International Coalition for the Return of the Ukrainian Children will sit at the table at a level of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs. What they're going to discuss will be based on our discussions today. And I can see many people here in this hall, those that we regularly speak with the purpose of returning Ukrainian children back home. Everyone has its own job. Let me outline our parliamentarian work within the initiative of Bring Kids Back to Ukraine. On the first stage, we started with the most important. We made the topic of the deportation of Ukrainian children such that could not be ignored in a single parliamentary platform of the world. Dozens of national platforms have approved their resolutions saying that the deportation of the children was a war crime. This is not just a declaration for the sake of declaration. No, this is the legal registration of the fact that lays the foundation for the further actions and seeking justice. The second stage was to inform the parliamentarians, the members of parliament of different countries, the information on what is happening to those children after their transfer. We're talking about enforced doctrination, militarization, and changing their identity. And these are not the singular cases. This is a systemic policy of assimilation designed to break the ties of those children with the Ukraine. Russia wanted to make those crimes invisible under the pretext of false care of those children. That is why it is very important to be vocal about those challenges at the international level. And today I would like to extend words of gratitude to all the international leaders, Ursula von der Leyen, Roberta Metsola, to heads of missions here in Kiev, to heads of missions in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO, and many other partners and political leaders for raising this question to such a high level and for taking care and for understanding the challenge that Ukraine is facing. The third stage of the parliamentary work, surely, is all about the amendments into the legislation. At my initiative last year, together with our colleagues, we've introduced amendments to Article 438 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine. We have amended the article with the provisions that provide for responsibility for war crimes against children. By the way, it also provides responsibility for crimes related to delaying the return of the children and for recruiting the children. These changes made Ukraine's legislation aligned with the IHL and should become the legal foundation for the prosecution of those who commit crimes. And the fourth stage is here and now. I'm talking about our joint task. That is the harmonization of the sanctions list for crimes committed against Ukrainian children. The analysis of all those jurisdictions regarding the children's sanctions done by the lawyers showed only that only 5 legal and physical entities are reflected in the list. 42% of the individuals in Ukrainian list, unfortunately, are not present in the lists of the other countries. According to the Yale Humanitarian Laboratory research, well, the involvement of large Russian corporations in the system of deportation and indoctrination of children is something that is taking place. We're talking about Gazprom and Rosneft. The research clearly identified 44 subsidiary organizations related to such activity. Around 80% of them are currently not sanctioned by the United States or Europe. The research of the human rights experts show that the Russian Orthodox Church is also participating in this process. It all means that the sanctions should go from names to clear hierarchy of responsibility. The sanctions list should be segmented and include political leadership, administrative coordinators, public corporations, and surely those perpetrators. The sanctions should extend to include the members of family and networks. Believe me, this is something that Russian public officials are afraid of. We should not only impose sanctions for direct actions, but for aiding and abetting. And we need to find the mechanism for the unification of the national list of sanctions in the whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, the result of our day would be the statement with the coordinated position of the civil society that shall be transferred to the member states of the coalition. And I would like to ask you to consider our positions on unification of the sanction lists in this statement, because your decisions will be in the center of all those decisions that will be made and approved by the 47 countries in Brussels in May. Surely, the institutions have mandates and resources, but they cannot be everywhere. But the civil society, humanitarian organizations, and people, they can be anywhere, and you can do a lot. Your organizations maintain direct contact with families. You gather testimony, you verify the data, you build the search networks, and what's even more important, you accompany children after their return and you deal with their reintegration. Without you, we wouldn't have no registers, no database of evidences, no true examples of return. And every figure in this process is not just a statistic. Every figure is a child. Veronika Vlasova, Ilya Matvienko, Kira Obedinska, Marta Glaskova, Sashko Radchuk, Lera Sidorova. Those children have returned, but there's thousands of other children waiting to be returned. Now, this matter should remain unchanged in all negotiations. The return of all the deported and forcibly transferred children should be inevitable precondition at all the negotiation processes and agreements. I thank you for your work. I thank you for your attention. It was a a great honor for me to be here with you today and to deal with such an important matter. Glory to Ukraine. We thank you, Olena. And I would like to pass the floor to the Extraordinary Plenipotentiary Ambassador of Canada to Ukraine, Natalka Chmotz. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. I thank Olena, and I'm going to speak English with your permission, so if anyone needs the headset for the interpretation, please do so.
Very serious topic, and we all know that the war is absolutely senseless. But we also understand that it is of Ukraine's fight for its identity. And it's not a war that exists only on the front line. And there is no war crime that is more deplorable than the forceful removal, unlawful removal and deportation of Ukrainian children. And in this room, everyone agrees. And it just shows the global commitment, and that global commitment is growing, and that support for the work that you do as experts in civil society is strong. You have international strength behind you, and we're here today to discuss some of those very concrete actions. I agree that this display outside is very powerful. We need more of that, and we need that to be traveling the world, so that we keep speaking about this crime and that we keep bringing attention to it, because we understand childhood is precious and it's not very long. So we know that the work that diplomats do is important, of course. Being an ambassador myself, I'm going to see it that way. But I also very well understand that the work you do as civil society is absolutely crucial. It is central to this effort. We rely on your work, your tracing, your documentation, the case management, and all of that reintegration support. We went to visit a reintegration center as ambassadors. We will continue to do that, which is important. We are very impressed with the work that is being done, with the care that you have towards those children as foster parents, as professionals, as psychosocial therapists. I just want to thank you very much for everything that you do. But action also requires support from diplomacy, and joint actions is important. And today is about coordination, putting in words what you think needs to be done, and we are here to support that effort. So the joint civil society statement, which will be produced today, is crucial. It is the formal channel through which your collective recommendations will be shared with the coalition members ahead of the ministerial meeting in May. Canada takes this input very seriously, as do all the other countries presented here. These recommendations help shape our priorities, guide decisions, and inform diplomatic engagement to act. And some of the actions that I know will be heard today, and I'm going to list them, is strengthening tracing and verification systems, supporting actors involved in the return efforts, boosting diplomatic tracks and the use of UN mechanisms to support returns, expanding international support for post-returns protection mechanisms, strengthening holistic accountability, including pursuing justice and accountability for these war crimes, and stepping up the work on sanctions. Canada is committed. Canada is proud to have been supporting the international Coalition for the Return of Children. The membership is growing. I believe we're now at 47. We spearheaded with Ukraine and Norway, the Human Dimension Working Group, which is children, returning of civilians, and also prisoners of war. We spearheaded the Montreal Conference on the Human Dimension, which included 54 states and organizations. And we will be holding another meeting in Toronto. So there are some very concrete meeting points. So we have May 11th, then the Toronto conference. These are all opportunities to not just come together and talk, but to come together and hold ourselves to account on the progress we are making, and then look and work together on how do we continue to support in a meaningful way. Canada reaffirmed its leadership on the return and reintegration of Ukrainian children by co-hosting the Ukraine-UNGA high-level meeting, Restoring Childhood and Humanity, last September. And there we underscored that the return of deported children is a humanitarian and moral imperative central to achieving a just and lasting peace, and called for the strength and international coordination through the coalition. On December 3rd, we all saw the UN General Assembly that adopted the resolution, the return of Ukrainian children, and the resolution demanded Russia ensure the immediate, safe, and unconditional return of Ukrainian children unlawfully transferred or deported from occupied Ukrainian territory. And as I mentioned, today we're taking these steps further, we're concretizing them, and I am looking forward to hearing these concrete ideas from you today. Because we all know we do not have the luxury of time. Childhood goes by too quickly and too fast. So let us roll up our sleeves, work together, and have a very productive day today. Thank you very much. Дуже вам дякую.
Дякуємо. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gediminas Navickas is invited to talk. So, Deputy Head of the Delegation to the European Union to Ukraine. Good morning. Happy to see you here.
As Ambassador of Canada, as Deputy Speaker of RADA outlined, we are gathering here today ahead of the upcoming high-level meeting in Brussels on 11th of May. The event in Brussels will focus on our joint action, what we do together to counter this most horrific war crime, how we coordinate our actions together, and how we hold Russia accountable. For us collectively to deliver, for our governments, ministers to deliver, we need you, civil society, and expert community. This is why we are here today. Today is a day that we learn your experiences, that we hear from you what we need to do better, to do it in a more coordinated fashion, so we can return and reintegrate children better. As Deputy Speaker said, it's already documented that more than 20,000 Ukrainian children have been unlawfully deported or forcibly transferred by Russia. The real number, unfortunately, could be even higher. Each and every single child has been torn away from their home, from their loved ones. And behind every single missing child, there is a future of Ukraine, but also future of European Union. These children embody existence and identity of our common future. Therefore, we must step up our efforts to make sure that every single child comes home. that they have an opportunity and chance to grow in peace, to grow in democracy, and to grow in their homeland. The international community, and especially in our coalition for the return of Ukrainian children, is doing exactly that. You together preparing the events today, and we are working on a number of actions. Firstly, we must strengthen the international mechanism that we have to identify, to register, and to trace every abducted child. It means very practical and better cooperation between our governments, international organizations, humanitarian actors, and also digital evidence experts, so that no child disappears in silence. European Union and its member states will continue supporting Ukraine, verifying information on unlawfully deported and forcibly transferred children. And we are doing it, of course, in close cooperation with our partners. But as you perfectly know, and as we know by now, returning children back home, it's only the first step. Through UNICEF, European Union has provided support for the better care reform, aiming for the better care of children, and we will be stepping up that support. We work together on reintegration, inclusive education, and psychosocial support. Tomorrow, we are launching a new project with Save the Children to deliver on these aspects too. Returning Ukrainian children is essential for peace. But as we all know, there is no peace without justice. We will reinforce our support to investigation of international crimes related to unlawful deportation and forcible transfer of Ukrainian children, including via our EU advisory mission here in Ukraine. Our commitment to ensure full accountability for all international crimes remains absolute. First and foremost, we work for the very swift establishment of the special tribunal for the crime of aggression and also for international compensation mechanism for Ukraine. Another important element that was stressed by previous speakers, of course, is sanctions. It is utmost priority that those responsible for deportation, for forced transfers, illegal adoptions, and identity erasure must face justice. European Union, as of today, already imposed sanctions for the total of 108 individuals and entities who took part and who are complicit in forced deportation, transfer, and indoctrination of Ukrainian children. The latest sanction package that European Union and member states was just adopted last week, and it contained sanctions also against those complicit for these crimes. The European Union and together with our partners will make sure that scope and breadth of sanctions will be increased. More will come, and more will come in the coming days and weeks. We will continue working very closely with all partners and, of course, with Ukraine to make sure that further restrictive measures are increased and that more and more international partners are aligning with the sanctions that we, as European Union and member states, are adopting. We are working on that very hard on a daily basis, like we did mobilizing international support, adopting United Nations General Assembly resolution back on 3rd of December. And we are working every single day out through the outreach through our EU delegations across the globe, making sure that international coalition is growing and we are attracting new members. Of course, we are doing all these actions together with you. Because you are in the schools in Ukraine, you are in communities, you are in shelters. You are working directly with the families and with the authorities here in Ukraine, making sure that return and reintegration of children is possible. So here today, we are with full humility to learn from you and to make sure that no future is stolen and that no child is forgotten. Дуже дякую вам. Слава Україні!
Thank you very much. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, dear ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit more about what's ahead of us today. Of course, today, this meeting today, is a very important part of a broader process of forming a joint position and working on practical solutions right before the meeting of International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children meeting in Brussels. And there is a very high level to this coalition, and we know about that. And also other platforms and meetings like our today's meeting also help to form this content, to develop this and inform the content for those who work with children and families on a daily basis, on return cases as well. And the civil society organization's role is huge in a lot of processes like tracing, learning whereabouts of children, their return and integration, reintegration, documentation, accountability. And today we are creating this space where this experience can be heard, structured and transformed into very specific recommendations. And as you have all heard, we're expecting, as the result of our today's work, we are going to have this joint civil society statement be adopted today with priorities and suggestions, recommendations from civil society organizations. This is going to be a relevant input on the level of the coalition. And the next part to our agenda is the voice of youth and our way or the path home. And this is from mechanism policy transfer to personal experience of children. And please give a round of applause to the moderator to this meeting, to this Yulia Tokalenko, the psychologist from Voices of Children. Welcome. And special round of applause is for our three speakers. Those are the children for the sake of who we are here together, Nastya, Serhiy, and Vitaly. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Let us greet our speakers at this meeting about talking about the experience of our government, SCOs, and our citizens. So there is always a child, a real story, real child with real problems and real coping strategies. So that is why it's going to be really valuable to hear voice of young people who have survived occupation, and for them it's going to be really important to have your support today because they're nervous and it's really important for them to speak out today. Thank you. This is really a moment for them to be heard. I think none of them have been thinking of having this type of experience and this type of attention towards them, but this is a really important part of returning yourself to yourself, that the right to your own story and the right to choose your own future. And now I would like to invite the first speaker, Serhiy. I'm giving a floor to him. Please support him. Good morning. My name is Serhiy. I'm 19. And I left Donetsk in the summer 2024 when I was 17. Unfortunately, although the biggest part of my childhood and adolescent life has been in occupation although I have very warm reminiscences of my wonderful childhood, a big city, peace, nice people, and with the beginning of occupation, there is a lot of evil that I started to feel, and because you were taken out of your country, taken out of the civilized world, and the most terrible part that you are getting used to that, to those military people that that commit atrocities on the streets of your cities. There's been propaganda everywhere. When we were children, we used to get together in the big audience in the school, and they were showing the videos about Russian terrorists torturing Ukrainian militaries, those who were fighting and defending the Donetsk airport. And part of children start to perceive it as the normal thing, and they stop to understand that they're Ukrainians. Fortunately, when I was a child, subconsciously, I could feel it's a lie, it's an illusion. When I was remembering back in 2014, people in Donetsk, those people who were protesting against occupation and who came out to support Ukraine, they were beaten by people in masks with Russian symbols on their clothes. So when I got access to internet, I formed my position. I made a decision. I have to leave if nothing changes. So after 2022, I started to get ready to get out. In 24, having enough information, thanks to volunteers, I left on my own, and I had to talk to security service, Russian security service, and I went to Kiev, and then I entered the educational facility. That was not an easy thing, and the people who were in different agencies, they didn't know for sure how to help me, but thanks to volunteers, charitable organizations, I've come that path. Now I am a student, and I study. I do not have all the necessary thing to study, and it comes out difficult for me, and difficult to understand that your motherland city is there, but you cannot come back there because it was taken from you. Thank you, Sergei. Thank you. I would like to invite Anastasia to talk now. Good morning. My name is Nastya. I'm from Kherson. When it all happened, I was 15. With my friend, I went to her aunt to celebrate the birthday and had to come back. But when we tried to come back to Kherson, we were stopped at the Russian post, and we were told that it might be dangerous, that we can give some information to Ukrainian soldiers, militaries. And they took our phones, and then they started to control our life. At some point of time, I was alone. I was left alone. My friend was taken out for some time, but I started to be transferred from one place to another. First, I was taken to one foster family, and I went to that foster family, but then at some point they rejected me. Then I was given to a different family, and I was beaten. And after that, I appeared to be in a hostel in Yenichisk, and that's where I started to understand that when it's not possible to live in such a system when you are controlled. We were told that Russia is our future. There is no Ukraine, and we are Russian children. We were forced to participate in everything, to show loyalty, like, for example, walk with Russian flags, sing Russian songs, and if we didn't want to do that, we were frightened, and they humiliated us. They put a lot of pressure on us, and it's difficult for me to speak out loudly about the life in occupation. It's not just a difficult circumstances, it's pressure every day, and it means that they try to change you, break you, frighten you. That is why it's so difficult to leave, because from outside it might seem it's just a decision to leave, but a child in occupation lives in fear, in illusion, under informational pressure. They can be told that there is no Ukraine and there will never be again, and there is nowhere to return. In my case, I was able to leave because my mom found the opportunity what to do, and she came on in time to take me out. That was before I could be switched finally into the Russian system. But return is not the end of the story. When the child is back, it's not just enough to be in a safe place. You need time, support, psychological support, assistance, the opportunity to study again, to trust people, to feel you have future, and there is restoration, renovation. And to my opinion, it's no less important compared to just the physical return. Today I'm safe, I have support, and I restore my life little by little. And it's important to talk about such stories, not just about individual stories. It's important to say that the system of support should be the foundation to that, because the child not just needs to come back, but she needs to be helped to feel she is back home. She's not alone. She or he has future. They have future. And also, I would like to say that I have a child. I have a baby now, and it's important for me to realize, to understand that some babies are still there, left in Russian Federation, and it's very difficult for them. Nobody can take them from there at this point of time. We are talking about children like orphans, not only orphans, but also those children who are there because of the war. And what I ask, and I'm sorry for that. Thank you, Nasta. That's true. The experience that children live through is a different experience that adults go through in occupation, because children do not have any experience, do not have any support and oriented, like foundation. And Vitaly is also, the floor is to you. It's been only 1.5 months since he was returned. Hello, my name is Vitaly. I'm from Kherson region, from the village not far from Crimea, so 6 kilometers to Crimea. When occupation started and large-scale invasion, I was 15. And I was 9th grade, but I didn't complete my school because of the large-scale invasion, and it was not possible to go to school due to military actions. And after that, in the beginning, I felt fear, and I felt lonely at some times. It was difficult to understand, to comprehend what's going on. There was no clear information about that. And also, there was no opportunity to learn some information, because all media, foreign media, Ukrainian media, were blocked and limited by the Russians. And closer to the end of spring, there was no phone connection, cell phone connection. And instead, we just had the Russian one, but limited also. You had to use some other services through VPN or like services just to be able to learn real information. And then closer to the fall, we were forced to go to school, and there in the school we were first promised that the school is out of politics, that there's no propaganda going to go on, but that was illusion, that was false, that was not true, because sometime after they started to give propaganda and no Ukrainian history. So Ukrainian history was taken out. It was not taken out, but limited. So it's only one lesson a week of Ukrainian language from grade 1 to grade 7, only once a week, one lesson a week. And after that, I decided to study in Ukrainian school online, but that was quite difficult. That was a real problem because there were checks all the time. So they were checking whether children are not in online Ukrainian schools because they didn't want us to do that, whether they communicate with someone from Ukraine. To tell you the truth, there were some moments of fear because of my position, because I had to hide it and to be silent about my position, to, to get everything out of your phone and messengers, all the information out, because with the next, for example, encounter with Russians, they wouldn't see anything. But I went to see one of my relatives in Crimea, and at one of the posts, I was taken and sent for to be checked, and they checked my phone, and they learned I'm for Ukraine. And after that, I was interrogated from morning till night. Only almost at night they let me go. They took my phone, and after that the first trial started, and I had to, like. So I had to stay in Russia for 2 years. I was kind of conditionally convicted, but I would like to say that you have to act. You just don't sit and do nothing. And I asked the volunteers to help me with getting out, and we started to develop the plan. And closer to the winter 2025, we have developed a plan, pathway, what to do. And then, according to, thanks to their help, I was able to leave that occupation, to get out. And there was one time when I was going through the last post from Belarus to Ukraine, and I helped one of the old ladies with her heavy bags. One of those ladies was quite old, and she had problems, and she had memory problems as well. And I was helping her just for her to orient and not to lose her belongings. And when I left already and came to Ukraine, volunteers helped me a lot with a place to live, with reintegration. They also helped me a lot to restore my papers, because some of them were outdated, and some of the documents I didn't have at all, some of the official papers. Now I'm working, I got employed, I'm trying to live and move on, because right now I just started to feel what life is, what freedom is. And it's not just freedom of word, but freedom of act and think. Thank you very much. Thank you, every one of you, for your courage, for your speech, and thank you for your trust. We have heard not only about a difficult experience, but what helps to be grounded and move on. And your voices as part of the solutions being discussed on the political level and on the level of international cooperation. Returning children, as it was mentioned many times today, it's just this physical return. It's creating circumstances, conditions where can they restore, reintegrate, speak freely, self-identify. And every time we hear about different stories about the return, we are impressed by the courage on this way going home, because very often children and adolescents very often are doing everything on their own without any support. I would like to emphasize that it's important to see people and to hear people, not just that traumatic experience. Also, I emphasize it's important to continue the support after their choice and their turn. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Nastya, Sergei, Vitaly, I'd like you to step forward and feel this support, this warmth.
Дякуємо вам надзвичайно.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're home already. Thank you. Okay. That was an emotional conversation. We need to get together. But let's move on. And ladies and gentlemen, now we have a special address from a person who, despite million of challenges, different challenges, is holding, is definitely taking into account and controlling, monitoring the return of all the children to Ukraine. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a statement, video statement, and video address by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Dear Ukrainians, all of our team dealing with bring kids back Ukraine, everyone helping to bring Ukrainian kids from Russia. First of all, I'd like to extend words of gratitude for what you're doing. This is the most humanitarian act possible. You're rescuing the children, thousands of Ukrainian children who were stolen by Russia, taking part from their family and home. This is one of the most cynical Russian war crimes. This is a systemic and calculated transfer of Ukrainian children, dispersion of them around Russia, hiding their destiny and their militarization, everything, so that the Ukrainian children would forget that they are Ukrainian, so that it would be fighting against others as instructed by the Russian masters. So it's important that we bring the kids back to Ukraine. All the activities, all the efforts that are helping that to happen, they're helping Ukraine. I thank you. And thanks to this, our initiative, Bring It Back Ukraine, we've managed already to have 2,126 returns. We shall continue this work. We've engaged strong international mediators to help bringing kids back home. I'm grateful to all the countries who join our coalition. I would like to extend words of gratitude to all the leaders of all those countries and the first ladies and gentlemen of those countries who do care about this matter, who do care about the destiny of our children. I thank to our teams. I thank to all the international diplomats, international organizations, journalists who maintain the attention to the lives of our children, the safety of the Ukrainian children. It's all about it's very important. We have to win this. Thank you. I count on your fruitful work, and glory to Ukraine. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make a small break in order to recover ourselves, to have some coffee. So now it's 11:06. So let's return by 11:30. And we'll be talking about the return mechanisms after the coffee break. And we're also talking about tracing and verification. So we're waiting for you after the coffee break.
Ну що ж, пані.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to business. Please take your seats and thank you to all those who returned just in time. We'll continue with our agenda. Now, the first panel discussion is called the return mechanisms. We'll be talking about return missions, about humanitarian diplomatic channels, the role of third countries, and definitely the role of international partners. And surely we'll have some reflections on existing mechanisms and what is required to expand them. So please let me invite the members of this panel. Please welcome Dmytro Levinets, Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights. Andriy Pasternak, the head of the Joint Center for Coordination of the Search and Release of Prisoners of War. Mykola Kuleba, founder and CEO of Save Ukraine. Daria Kasyanova, chairman of the board of Ukraine Children's Rights Network. And the moderator of this panel, please welcome Maxim Maximov, head of Bring Kids Back Ukraine initiative of the President of Ukraine. So, this is our first large panel dedicated to the discussion of return mechanisms. Greetings, dear colleagues. Thank you for coming to our event. 2,126 children. This is the number of children we've managed to return within the initiative. 2,126. These are specific names, specific families, and we've returned those children despite all the attempts of Russia not to do that. They're ignoring their requests, they're blocking the humanitarian access. 2,126 children. That's the result of the work of many teams in public institutions and civil organizations, and all of that is taking place thanks to the international partners and their support. At the same time, there are people without whom, well, all of those returns would not be happening, and we're happy to have all of those people here on this stage. So I would suggest us to have a kind of a live conversation. Dmytro, we'll start with you. You are directly engaged to the mediation process. You communicate with international partners. Now, what are the most critical challenges in your work? Where do we have the obstacles in the return process? And how do you manage to overcome all of that and in return the Ukrainian children? Thank you for the question. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, partners, all the friends, all those who are helping us to return the Ukrainian children. And thank you for the question. Now, where do we have the obstacles in the system of returning the children? Well, all the obstacles are definitely within the territory of Russian Federation because of the position of the Russia. I will recall a case, and let me use this case as exemplary one to tell you why it's so hard. There's two girls. As of the beginning of the full-scale invasion, they were 1 year old. They were twins from the city of Kherson, Svetlana and Diana. In 2021, their parents were killed because of Russian attacks. So they, well, you know, what the Russians are doing, they're physically deporting the twins to the Russian Federation. They're issuing new documents, definitely, you know, of Russian standard, and they're then transferring them to a Russian family. Then, this is where the main problem starts. Search for information about Ukrainian children. It could be applications from relatives or next of kin searching for their lost relatives, including the children. They're contacting the public authorities. It could be the information coming from the international partners searching for Ukrainian children and transferring that information to us. It could be mass media. It could be any element, like an OSINT team, anything. But the most important is to locate the whereabouts of Ukrainian children. Without that, well, not a single physical process of returning Ukrainian children starts. That's first. So when we locate their whereabouts, we physically located those two Ukrainian girls, even though they have new documents, new family, and Russia is not recognizing that these are Ukrainian children. And even when the first request was sent, they told that these are two Russian girls you are mistaking. Then the second element comes into place, the negotiations. Now, as a person who is directly involved in the negotiation process with the Russians regarding the physical return of Ukrainian children. Now, every child, well, it's not just you raise the question and talk about that. You have to prove that this is the Ukrainian child. You have to prove that there are all the confirming documents and support that this is the Ukrainian child, and to make Russian side to agree to, well, physically return those children. Third element, that's the logistical route. Now, how to return a Ukrainian child through the territory of which country? Who is going to physically travel to the territory of Russia with the documents? And how can you guarantee that this person, together with the kids, would be able to return back? Then fourth element, after the return, the children would be, well, taken to our child protection center. And we started the rehabilitation procedure, the psychological support, the social support to a certain family. So we've returned these children. Now and they were returned to their uncle, native uncle. For over a year, we negotiated, we proved to the Russians through the mediators. In that case, it was via the Qatar, and we returned two children. And it took us over a year to negotiate. As of now, our institutions within the presidential program Brinkas, we've managed to return 436 Ukrainian children, and every child had this path. That is why we are absolutely grateful to the international partners. Now, what do we need from you? First, is the understanding that the Russian side has committed a crime and is not willing to recognize that. So you would need to exert pressure upon Russians, provide them with arguments, and help Ukraine to, well, to offer the evidence that those are truly the Ukrainian children. You know, we have this, the Russians are saying, we did nothing wrong, and you have to prove that those are Ukrainian children. So we have a shift in the philosophy of responsibility, except for the direct pressure upon Russians with the demand to provide information on all the Ukrainian children that are currently located on the territory of Ukraine. The figure, all of you, know this figure. First, 1.6 million. This is the number of the children who lived on the temporary occupied territories. That's before the occupation, 1.6 million. The second figure that I'm using, I'm not sure whether it's, right or wrong, but Lvova Belova, in her report, she mentioned 742,000 children. That's over a period from February 2022 until December 2022. This is the number of the children that were physically relocated to the territory of Russia. So for us, for the international humanitarian law, it's not important why they transferred, because of the humanitarian programs or other means. This is the result of the aggression of Russian Federation. So all of us, we have to demand. Lvova Belova officially recorded this figure in her report. The next step, where's the list of these children physically? I mean, the full name, the date of birth, which populated area they were coming from. We have to receive those lists from Russia. And most importantly, as of now, we are very grateful to the United States helping us to return those children. I cannot publicly disclose all the elements of communication and negotiations, but let me tell you that, well, it all starts with the same thing. We are locating the children physically, we producing the documents, we are convincing the partners and the Russian party that these are the Ukrainian children that we are returning. Now, thanks to the efforts of the United States and the direct involvement of the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, we've returned 4 groups of Ukrainian children, 26 children. All of those were like absolutely difficult cases. I have to apologize for using this term, but these are children from the family of service personnel. That's the children against whom the Russia initiated proceedings, criminal proceedings. The other children who were deported and taken to foster families. And we had cases when children from the same family were taken to Russia and they were divided. So it was a brother and sister, and they were given different last names, and they were then taken to a different foster families. And these children are now in Ukraine. So when you are looking at the figures of the returned children, you have to underline, dear partners, that every figure is an enormous work of the public institutions and those partners helping us. I'm very grateful that Maxim designed the panel that we have in such a way. We have 4 persons right on this stage in this panel who are directly involved in the return and evacuation of Ukrainian children from the temporary occupied territories of Ukraine and from the territory of Russia. Thank you. Thank you, Dmitry. In fact, when talking about the challenges, you've outlined an element of the Russian policy which is an absurd, because it says that all the burden of proof should go with Ukraine, even though Russia has certain commitments under the IHL, and we have to find those Ukrainian children. We have to prove that they have relatives in Ukraine, even though the logics would say that we shouldn't be the one doing that. But we are where we are. We work with what we have. So, moving on, talking about the Russian policy, Mykola, your organization has returned something around 1,300 children. Dmitro mentioned the elements of Russian policy in terms of mediation, but talking about you underground work, how do you see the change of Russian policy over those 3 years, and what does that mean for your work? Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to extend words of gratitude for all those people here on the stage and all those people in the hall today. I want to thank them for their support, and in fact, unanimous support, because they clearly understand that not a single person, not a single child could be, abducted and prevented from the return to their families. We've been dealing with the rescue of children from the temporary occupied territories for 4 years. I mean, sometimes we were able to return like 3, 4, or even 10 children. That's it, like in a group, despite the difficulties and obstacles we had from the Russian side. Now a lot has changed, and we can see that the Russia's policy has changed in terms of the fact that every child should be under control, particularly those children that are taken into the orphanage system of Russia. They disappear from social networks. So the children, they simply disappear. When they're given to the foster families, I mean, they disappear. We had some children that we've managed to return from the foster families, but that was something we managed to do like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. Now it's becoming more and more difficult. This is a great threat for the children whose parents were killed or arrested. Just 2 weeks ago, a daughter of mother from Crimea, she made a call and said that mother has disappeared. A year ago, she was accused of terrorism, and we've just learned some information about her. She made a phone call, and the mother was simply in prison for a year, and there was no information about her. And I took note of several aspects just to tell you about how the system got more and more complicated. Anyone who's trying to help in transporting the child along the temporarily occupied territory or in Russia, he or she will be, well, detained. Then there is this iron curtain. We have, information blockage. What is happening in Russia in terms of social media and restrictions. Already, the Russians are saying that they don't have access to social media. But for us, this is a significant threat of inability to communicate to children. And for us, as an organization which is maintaining communication with hundreds of children on a daily basis, we have a large department working on that. Well, that complicates things. That complicates our communication with those children. Then total brainwashing and dedicated erasure of identity. Well, we can see that while communicating with the children, they don't understand, particularly the orphans, all those who were abducted from, the boarding houses. Their identity is destroyed. I mean, when you start talking to them as Ukrainian, they don't have an understanding what is the meaning of Ukraine. That they were Ukrainian children, they have absolutely zero understanding. So this bubble that they live within. I mean, this bubble of Russian propaganda, it prevents this type of communication with children. So it takes a lot of time to return the identity of this child. Then the militarization. I mean, we currently have 34 boys, at an age of 18 to 20. Now, all of them are saying that, they're being pushed to sign contract. I mean, there is this enormous pressure starting from the school. The soldiers are coming in every college, in every university. There's this, instruction that they're supposed to send certain number of children to the Russian army. Like earlier, we could say that the task of Russian regime is to turn these children into Russian children. Now, definitely, the task is to turn them into Russian soldiers. And this is the task given to them by the Russian leadership with regards to the Ukrainian children from the temporarily occupied territories. And here we have a total control. And with regards to the orphans, Maria Lvova Belova gave a clear instruction that she is to be reported on every single child. And Metro can agree with me that all of those children are under total control there. And then we already have special educational materials for children located in military camps, in retraining camps. There is some guidelines for psychologists on how to work with our children. Then there's special classifiers on Ukrainian teenagers based on the class of threats that they may offer. So that the children so that the teachers in kindergartens and schools would be able to identify, depending on the child, whether this child has been absorbed into the Russian society or that child is still trying to fight that. I can, talk for many hours about that, but I personally talk to those teenagers and I can research, what's happening, what's changing in Mariupol, in Donetsk, in Melitopol. Just last week from those cities, we've returned the children from those cities, and I can see how wounded those children. I mean, they don't understand where they're returning to. Even if they have VPN, even if they have access to social networks and YouTube, still they don't understand where we live and under what conditions. And I have to tell you that they are positively impressed that they're coming into the environment of love and care. And this is something that has an impact on their behavior, on their rehabilitation. So and I'm calling upon everyone here today with us, because you take decisions as well. We need to increase our impact, to use all the resources, communication resources possible, to use these communications to have an impact on those children currently located under Russian occupation, so they had a chance to take the right decisions and to flee from this territory. And the last but not the least, every rescued child is not just a rescued life, because those children, all of those boys that I've mentioned, they're saying that 18 years, that's a deadline. I mean, they're saying that 18 years is a deadline, because we know that after 18 we can be taken and the life could end. We could be thrown at the offensive, at Russia's offensive, and they were not willing to fight against our own country. So we need to rescue their lives. And secondly, every rescued life is minus Russian soldier. I mean, minus one Russian soldier who's forced to fight against our country. And surely Andrei can tell him how many young boys are currently sent to prison. You know, they are willing to become POWs in order not to fight.
Thank you, Mykola. Well grounded. You have described really well what is the influences, how it describes your work. You talked about a couple of categories: mobilized people, boys, because they're under the biggest risk. And talking about the different categories, my question, next one, is going to be like that. One is practical, and then is almost philosophical question, the practical one. So from your experience, what are the categories of children that the most difficult to return? Is there a risk that some defined categories, for example, those adopted or fostered in Russian families and documents, are going to be lost forever? And then the philosophical part of that question, considering the scope of the problem, is there any kind of normalization on the international level to this problem? Thank you, Maxim. Thank you. And good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would also like to thank all participants and to our network for the rights of the children, all our partners, visible and invisible, so to say, who help us to return our children. With regards to those groups of children that are difficult to get back, you know them, they were voiced. First of all, orphans, those children who never had any parents, because at the beginning of the large-scale invasion, they were in orphanages, or those other children who lost their guardians, official guardians. We have a lot of children like that, and respectively, it's quite difficult to trace them, including young children. I believe each of us knows some difficult, horrible stories, and one of the stories I used to tell quite often, you need to understand what's going on. From Volnovakha region in 22, a family was trying to leave that place. Our mother and father, older brother, 12 years, and two siblings, two twins, 3 years. And they were under shooting. The dad was dead, and mom as well. Two children were wounded, and mom was sent she was injured with one baby. She was sent to Dnipro and the other one to Melitopol. Only after the mother got back to herself, she tried to find out what was going on, and she found out that she lost her husband, she lost an older child. She saw one child, but not the other child. And almost for 4 months, we were searching for that other twin. And for us, it was quite difficult. And those are twins, just to repeat that once again. And for us, it was really difficult to prove they were siblings. They were relatives. And the first shock came that we see people do not understand how come a mother wants to return her own child. And I believe such cases show that time is against us. Children are growing, they're thriving, and then when time passes, it's difficult for us to prove those are Ukrainian children because legally they are invisible. And also those are other categories with relatives who are in military service. It's a separate category. They're being traced and searched for, and the information is being transferred. For example, those are the children that the parents of these children, for example, are in the Ukrainian armed forces, and even the father, for example, of one child was dead, but still they didn't want to return their child back. They wanted to send it to the orphanage in Russia. So these categories, children, are really hard to work with, although I don't know any simple categories of children to work with. Any child's return is a difficult thing, and especially if we are told, give us some story of a deported child. It does not matter whether the child is still in Russia or in occupied territories, because to leave the occupied territory, you have to travel across the whole Russia. It's a big problem, and I'm happy our children are so brave. The other question with regards to the scope, I do believe that the scope of this problem does not correspond to the realistic result. We know 20,000 children. It's when the fact is proven that this child was deported, but over those 4 years, we returned only 2,100 children back. That means that 80% of children are still under Russia's control. And I believe here we have we see some normalization to that process, because even if you look how people perceive information, what's the focus of their attention? So 5, 10 or 15 children were returned and they perceive it as a success, but in fact it's not. It's an illusion of progress, because the huge portion of children are still under Russia's control. And another thing to mention, that children are still being used as a political instrument, and every time it's kind of a goodwill gesture, and giving us children. For those children, there is a lot of fight, and they make this goodwill gesture. And in order to do that, nobody knows, but we were working on the whole package of documents 5 or 6 times, so you have to get this package of documents, translate it, and find the ways how to send them to the occupied territory. And number 3 thing is kind of a fatigue, international fatigue, because they say 1,600,000 children occupy territories. Oh, well, it's very difficult. No, you will never return them. Let us work only with those 20,000. Okay, so the big problem here, that very often it is perceived as a very long humanitarian story, although it's a massive crime, huge problem. Another example, the situation has changed dramatically. In 22, in October, together with reintegration ministry, we were able to return 38 children from Gelendzhik. There is a camp, Teddy Bear, it's called Teddy Bear, Kharkiv Oblast, and 38 children at the same time as a group. We were happy, but at the same time we understood we will never do this way any longer. It's a huge risk for mothers, grandmothers, sisters who went there to take their children. They were under such a huge pressure. So then we said that each next return is going to be individual. And so they told us, let us, and nobody told us we will increase funding and then you will return more children. Unfortunately, there is no such correlation. In 2022, it takes 1 week or 10 days to return a child. Today, it takes 9 months. It's when we know where the children is, that the relatives are waiting for the child. When the child wants to get back, it takes 9 months to get the child back. Thank you. Thank you, Daria. Probably you know better than anyone else. There is no simple cases. All categories are complicated. So coming from that, Andrei, I have a question to you. Today we talked about different categories, and media narration, international ones, it's focused on unlawful deportations, so transferring children through the border to Russia, through Ukrainian border to Russia, although everyone has already mentioned here that the problem is much bigger. So what kind of categories we have to discuss, who Ukraine has to return and why? Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all who is involved to tracing and returning children. Thank you really a lot. You are helping Ukraine to build our future, to return our children. This is the basis for future for each country. With regards to who we want to return, we want everyone to return. You mentioned the figures. These are not just figures. These are lives of each child and each family. I was listening very attentively to the speeches of my colleagues. Everyone is searching for words not to say something unnecessary, not to help Russia to hide more children from us, because Russia is listening to us and they are following the events that we are holding for them. It's really important. So when they hear us and when they see our actions, they're looking this way to find ways how to prevent for us to return our children. I have taken some notes, some difficult and complicated return proceedings. I have them, but I'm thinking whether I should voice them or not, because of the reason I've just mentioned. And first of all, this beginning of the killing identity of Ukrainian children started back in 2014 in Crimea. So after occupation, time was going on, then Donetsk, Lugansk Oblast followed. Our children are being militarized, and also they are subjected to brainwashing, erasing their identity, and subsequently in 2022, after the large-scale invasion, we were faced with an issue of unlawful deportation, transfer of children from occupied territories to Russian Federation territories. We saw it on TV, how the whole families were taken and moved from Donetsk Oblast. The Russians are showing that on TV, and not understanding that this is something to document their crime. And so what do we have to do and how? Number one, time is against us. The children that we are discussing today and the stories about militarization of our children. And speaking about that, I would like to say that right now there are people of 19, 20-year-old young boys in captivity. They were born and raised in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, and after the occupation, they were taught differently. They were told they are not Ukrainians. They were told about some pseudo-republics. Then they started to be told they are Russians and they are part of Russian Federation. And there was a speech from the United Nations organizations on children's rights. And we showed this line that was the beginning to show the story of those children, and they are adolescents now. They don't remember that they used to be Ukrainians. They just remember that their parents are Ukrainians. So they are graduating from the higher educational establishment, then they are conscripted. And for one of the guys who is in captivity now, the whole group of those children were conscripted, and the other says, well, probably everyone of the group did not survive. So the whole group that was conscripted, one of them said that probably no one is alive at this point of time. So what I want to say, Russia is not interested in our children. They understand they're Ukrainians. They're sending Ukrainians to fight against Ukrainians. That is why what I've started to say in the beginning, that the time is against us, and the more time it takes and Russia is doing that, the more children are going to be lost. Just like Mr. Dmytro mentioned, children who is toddler, 1-year-old, they would never know who they are, and they are given certificates, passport papers, and their names and last names are being changed, and we are trying to search for them and to find out what is their whereabouts, whether they were fostered, adopted. And it's difficult because the names are different, and those foster families, maybe they foster them or adopt them just to get more money from their state, not just because they care about our children. And one of the things that we have to consider is the time of returning children and adolescents, especially those who are 18 and 19 by now. They do not have any opportunity to leave Russia Federation because they have passports and they are considered Russian Federation citizens, and they have limited, this leaving the country for those children, and they have combined, like united their systems together with Belarus, and also it's limited for them access to Belarus and or leaving Belarus as well, and so these are Ukrainians, but given Russian passports. And those who do not want to be conscripted to Russian army, they have no opportunity to leave to other countries like Georgia and others. And this is the new thing that has been started. So with other countries, they also have joined them into that joint system network. So what I mean, the Russian Federation makes it even more complicated for our children to be able to leave. So not giving them the opportunity to go to some other country, even for education, because when these children leave and have the opportunity to see how the rest of the civilized world is living, they have no desire to come back to Russian Federation. And we got together here just for you to hear that information, and please convey this information into your countries. The whole world needs to know and see what's Russian Federation is doing with regards to Ukrainian children. Thank you, Andrei. Dear colleagues, I wish I could have even more time to talk to you, but probably you see the timer. And that's why I suggest we go over to short questions, short answers, maybe 1-2 minutes, not more to answer. So, Dmytro, I have 2 questions to you. You work with civil society organizations and those CSOs who do the tracing and search for children. There are lots of them, and who of them we can trust, and who the families can trust to. And also the second question, and you are part of negotiation process, well, directly or indirectly, you are one of those who can do this negotiation. How you can manage to keep your head cool, so to say, and you understanding that you deal with a party that is not sharing your values. Thank you for your questions. First of all, I would like all international partners, if you really want to help us, and now we have really a lot of people and organizations help Ukraine to return children. So yeah, there is Bring Kids Back UA program. Those who are involved in tracing, returning, reintegration, documentation, any war crimes against Ukrainian children are part of that program. Sometimes I go abroad and my colleagues, ombudsmen, come to me and they say, we were able to seek help and money, get money from the government to this organization. I'm asking them, what is this organization? They're showing some pictures, information, but I really do not know anything about this organization. Unfortunately, globally, there's a lot of parasites. And those organizations that are parasites are numerous. They claim to be our partners, but they are not. Sometimes they are non-existent. So please, you have to ask the government. And there are 2 civil society organizations that help us to return children, and you know their names. Number 2, with regards to the tracing process, new ideas, searching for new ideas. I agree wholeheartedly with Ms. Daria. Doesn't matter, big funding, small funding, it either works or it does not. But the more Ukrainian governmental agencies are involved into the process, we never mentioned intelligence agencies. There is Andrei Parstenak, who is from the Security Service Ukraine. Every week, as being the ombudsman, I get information from different security intelligence services, from the borderline service and other, with information that helps us to return Ukrainian children. You have to understand these are our international partners. And briefly, how can I be able to stay cool-headed, so to say, when I'm negotiating with Russians? Andrei is close to me when we have negotiation on those who are civil or military in captivity. What I'm coming from, that you cannot lose control. What I feel the same what every Ukrainian feels towards Russians. So it's hatred, of course, and I even cannot tell that they are people or they are humans. They are not. But every time we have this opportunity to return someone from captivity, so we have to use this opportunity. This is #1 task. So maybe we will not be able to return all Ukrainian children, but at least those that we can bring back, we have to do that. And thank you very much to all partners who help us to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Daria. Wanted to come back to your comment with regards to, more money does not, more returns. What does it mean to have more returns? Difficult to answer. I think more returns, I believe, is more participation of member states. It's when international organizations that are mandated to do those start to act, when they will be able to go into those territories we cannot go, and when they will be able to see our children, and maybe creating conditions, safe conditions in those countries that are neighboring Russia, where children might live to. And then when they are safe, they can make decisions what to do next. Otherwise, it's not possible. If you look and think, about the timing, because all the projects that we are having, they have a certain time for their implementation. And this is our international partners' money who support us since 2022. But sometimes, someday, these projects will be completed. They are going to be over. But I understand after the war is over, it'll take us a long time to continue to search and bring our children back. And maybe those children who do not understand today that they would want to be back in future, maybe they will be in future. So we will have to help them do that. And sometimes some of the journalists ask me, what if we bring a lot of buses to the borderline and tell them, well, children, you just sit down and go. But, well, of course, it's unsafe, although we want all our children to go back. Mykola, maybe 2 minutes at the most, please, because the organizers are not going to be happy. So what changes do you see in children after they return, and especially for the first time? First of all, I would like to see that those children who are on occupied territories, they are more to themselves, they're kind of closed in themselves because of fear, isolation, continuous isolations, and they learn how to survive. They try to be, so let's put it this way, invisible. Every time going out to the street, it's trial because they're being provoked, and especially for boys, but girls as well. Recently, one girl was returned, and of course there were cases when Russian military wanted to rape her. She didn't want to yield to that, and then she was shot by him. So that was told by her friend who came back. So there is a lot of violence, including sexual violence towards these children. So of course we understand the longer this war is going on, and the more pressure of this type our children encounter. And another thing I want to mention, if we talk about Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts, out of those who were there back in 2014, the population is around 25% of those that was in 14, even less children. So there is a lot of Chechnya inhabitants coming to live there. There is assimilation, and a lot of families and children are being deported and sent closer to the Siberia. Children are very much afraid of this filtration. Thousands were filtrated after transfers. And that is why living in fear and isolation affects mental status. And more children take substances and psychotropic substances. And we see this as a problem. We are looking into that with relevant agencies. And at the end, I would like to thank all the partners, not only those present at this podium, and organizations who are helping us, representatives of other countries who are with us, know about us, who provide the financial support. Please know we acknowledge you. It's really important because all you do allows us to do more in terms of returning and rehabilitating our children. And I would like to thank every one of you, everyone who is helping us in special operations. Basically, those can be, you can name those operations, special operations, to return our children. So thank you for that. That's an incredible support when we feel we are one team, we are united together with our international partners. Hopefully, we will be able to save even more children. Of course, you are saying that 1, 2, or 3,000, that's not a lot. I agree, but every child you face, you encounter, means that it makes you happy that you were able to bring this child back. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mykola. So this is the final answer. I don't even have to make a conclusion remark. So Mykola have done that actually for me. And last very short question, Andrei. So what has to happen tomorrow in order for us to return more children?
Let me give you a communicational message of 30 seconds. We understand that we need to speak less of the ways of return, methods of return, and those engaged. Why is that important? Because this information that we disclose, it's going to be used against the children that are staying there, against the people who are helping us. So, return is not just a success story for the media. We have to understand that this is the responsibility of the media and everyone else kind of monitoring this. Because if you disclose too much information, well, the people who are helping us might get in trouble, as well as the children. We might get more difficult to take them back. Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues, and let us conclude at this moment. I thank Dmitro, Andrei, Mikola, Daria. Thank you for what you're doing, for being team players, and for dedicating your time on a daily basis to return Ukrainian children back home. Thank you. And we are grateful to you, Maxim, and once again, let's have a round of applause to the panelists of our first panel. Thank you for their words and for their daily activity, helping to return Ukrainian children back home. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us. We're going straight to the second panel. Now, the first panel was dedicated to the return mechanisms, but now we are going to talk about just as difficult and important process, the process of tracing and verification. More specifically, we're talking about the role of civil society, OSINT researchers and international partners in locating children who being illegally deported or forcibly displaced to Russia. Now, what works, what is missing, and what is needed at scale. Now, this is going to be the topic for our next panel. And let me invite the members of the panel. Lyudmila Sugak, Acting Minister of Justice of Ukraine. Then Mariana Betsa, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Irina Suslova, Analytical Center Coordinator, Partnership Fund for Resilient Ukraine. Victoria Samoilenko, OSINT Analyst, Lecturer, Molfar Intelligence Institute. Victoria Novikova, War Crimes Researcher from the Reckoning Project. And this panel will be moderated by Alexandra Dvoretska, Head of Policy, Bring Kids Back Ukraine. That's the initiative of the President of Ukraine. So, Alexander, you have the microphone. Please start. Greetings, dear colleagues, guests, dear panelists. In fact, every time we're talking about figures, well, this is the information that is most requested. How many children have been deported or forcibly transferred? How do we know about this? How do we record this? How do we document this? How are we going to return those kids? But in many cases, it happens so that this information is very much interested not only to our partners, but for Russians who are trying to use it for the manipulation. We don't know about the deported children. Where did you get this information? This is absolutely not true. And, we're saying that every figure is in fact the story of a specific child. The story of a child with personal data being changed, the whereabouts being changed. The Russians tend to relocate the child multiple times, and here the efforts of OSINT analysts, researchers, journalists are combined in order to learn about the destiny of the child and to find the whereabouts of this child. So I'm not going to make a long introduction. We have a short panel, so I would like to ask my panelists to be concise as much as possible. Let me pass the floor to Lyudmila Suhak, Acting Minister of Justice of Ukraine. You're dealing with the register of the deported and forcibly transferred children. Which information is available in that register? Many numbers in the register. And if you can disclose any information about this work, can this information be trusted by our partners, and how that will help in our work? Thank you, Alexander. Good morning and good afternoon, dear participants. Well, figures are the ironclad argument for the return of the children and as evidence to be used in claims against the aggressor. But receiving figures, it's a very difficult task. Ministry of Justice is maintaining this register. Well, in fact, we have established that, and we've been working with the register for over a year. As of now, we have 20,570 cases on the deported and forcibly transferred children. That was a titanic amount of work when we were trying to verify all those data. We understand that the aggressor knows no civilized rules of the game or international law. So we have received not a single piece of information from Russia about the numbers of deported children, their whereabouts, and what is happening to those children. So, for the sake of the verification of this data, we have created a specialized verification commission with the representatives of all the public authorities dealing with the search and return of those children. We cooperate with the civil organizations, with OSINT experts, helping us to verify the information. Well, the register, by its architecture, is unique because it contains three working areas. First is where all the information is coming, the information we're receiving from partners, local authorities, etc. The second area of the register, this is where the members of the commission work. They verify and check the data. And the third down, well, this is where the verified information is stored. Now, where's the complexity? In many cases, we're receiving like a whole lot of information that were collected by different stakeholders on different stages. It's hard to verify the information. So, in order to ensure we introduce clear and proven data to the register, the Ministry of Justice sends additional requests to the partners. While verifying those 20,000 entries, we have sent around 157,000 requests, and the reports that we received could be a couple of hundreds to a couple of thousands entries. It was a significant burden for the Ministry of Justice and a lot of work to be done by the partners. I'm very happy to see some of the representatives of the civil society and other organizations who support us. The register contains different volume of information because, as I've said, we are not receiving a single piece of information from the aggressor. So of course, we will be working, we continue to work on adding more information to the register, but still, the information that was submitted for the consideration of commission, well, only 0.17% of that information was returned for additional work. It means that a very significant work has been done and that the public authorities consider this as a priority. We have a lot of tasks because the register and working with the register, well, that's something that we need to continue doing on a daily basis because we understand that we have information on the register that is related to the full-scale invasion, but the deportation and forcible transfer of the children, this was something that was happening in Crimea back in 2014, so we'll continue working on that. Ludmila, thank you for those remarks and for the work that you're doing. As I've already told you, Russian Federation is not willing to cooperate, is hindering in providing the information. They're trying to hide this information, despite the addresses of international organizations, despite the activity of the UN Committee for Children's Rights. And on the 3rd of December 2025, the UN General Assembly approved the resolution for the return of the children, and the states voted for the immediate, safe, and unequivocal return of the children. So I'd like to ask a question to Mariana Betsa, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Now, this is a very significant diplomatic result. Could you tell us about how you were working on the support of this resolution, and what is the meaning of that in practice? What tools are offered to us based on this resolution in order to identify, the whereabouts of the children, or can it force Russia to provide us information, or maybe now we can use some additional tools against Russia, which is very important on the eve of the session of the coalition. Well, this is a very relevant question indeed. On the 3rd of December 2025, a resolution, an unprecedented resolution, was approved by the General Assembly. The initiative, was mentioned by the President of Ukraine, and we worked together with the teams of Canada and the United States, because both Canada and US are co-chairs of the International Coalition for the Return of the Children. We knew that earlier within the system of UN, there was never a precedent like that. There was never a resolution dedicated to kind of children's rights on a specific country. So it was a profound work and a complex work. Not all the countries of the global south that were supporting that, because there's so many armed conflicts taking place in different regions of the world that also result in violation of the children's rights. We managed to mobilize the international community, which was difficult, but a big thanks to all those countries engaged, including the EU and Canada and other partners, lobbying that resolution. Why was that required? Well, first and foremost, we knew that the matter of returning children, it's kind of a political and legal one. So we needed an international legal foundation that would document the violation of children's rights by Russia, that would not only kind of claim that this practice was illegal, but also would be calling the Secretary General of the UN to use its own mandate. It has the special rapporteur on children and armed conflicts, Vanessa Fraser, to use all the UN ability and capabilities to ensure the access to children and their return. Surely, whenever we're talking about the return of the children, there's many steps. There's a political track where we pressing upon Russia through third countries, through mediation. We are very grateful to the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, for joining this process. We're grateful to Qatar, who's our main mediator, who's helping us to return the children. But still, we need additional mechanisms at the international, universal level that would help us to return the children. Now, one of those is the International Coalition, and it will have its next section on the 11th of May in Brussels. This is a very important tool in order to draw attention to those matters, in order to facilitate the identification, verification, reintegration, rehabilitation of our children, and together with the Bring Kids Back UA team and our partners, we are preparing a number of draft decisions that will to be approved in Brussels. But we definitely need to raise the matter of responsibility of the children for committing the crime of aggression, for committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. Well, and in March of 2026, the International Monitoring Mission of the UN has recognized that forcible transfer of children is the crime against humanity. We already have an arrest warrant against Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova as war criminals. And this is already a very important precedent, because the crimes against children have been considered as the basis for the ICC to issue an arrest warrant. But then, there is a matter of holding accountable all those who have had something to do with the situation with the children. So there has to be a legal track within the ICC on that. We are starting the special tribunal on the crime of aggression against Ukraine. This is where we're going to raise the matter of the crimes against children. But what's important that we have a UN mandate now and a special instruction to the special rapporteur of the UN General on children's rights and conflicts to take all possible measures to get access to children, to get information from Ukraine, from Russia on those children. Because you're right, Russia is not providing information, nor Ukraine, not to other international organizations. Out of those 20,000 children, we managed to return only 2,000. So the previous speakers also mentioned the complexity of this process, but still, we need more international attention to those challenges. So we have to exert pressure along the political track, along the international and legal track, so that Russia would give access to those children. I mean, surely they're using these children as an instrument of their armed aggression. They're erasing personal data, and that is a matter of more. They're erasing the identity of the children on temporary occupied territories, and those children were deported to Russia. But we need tools, and hopefully the special rapporteur Vanessa Fraser, who's already visited Ukraine. I think for the first time she had meeting with the civil society, and she'll be able to make an objective assessment of the violation of children's rights that are currently in captivity in Russia, and would provide the proper tools for the Secretary General to take proper decisions. As you know, for 3 years, Russia has been included into the shame list for the crimes that's been committing against the Ukrainian children. This is already an important diplomatic victory, and we hope that these achievements and the work by the special rapporteur as the result of her visits will set the foundation for documenting the crimes and for facilitating the access to those children and for reinforcing the pressure on Russia in order to return those children. I thank you, Mariana, for such an inspirational kind of address. Really, the panels we have today are interrelated because we're talking about the responsibility, the search, and the return depends on the quality information that we might find. And in fact, well, the public authorities are unable to deal with that by themselves because it's important to engage analysts and OSINT experts. I'd like to pass the floor to Irina Suslova. She's the Analytical Center Coordinator, Partnership Fund for Resilient Ukraine, because your resources have become the auxiliary ones, and they managed to link the efforts of analysts with the efforts of the public authorities in order to search for information properly, in order to get new data. So how do you work? Well, is it possible to find the information, and what's the type of cooperation that you have? Well, thank you, and greetings, everyone. You know, well, the end of your question was about how do we structure the work and how do we manage this work. You know, now everything is manageable, everything is possible. The only question is about the resources that you can spend on that. And whenever we're talking about the resources, that's not only money, even though money are important in the context of this aspect, because that requires a lot of software, a lot of human resources, analysts, and many others. Still, going back to what the state has done and how historically we came up with searching and documenting all those crimes pertaining to the armed conflicts and the children. Well, going back to history, we will never find a single country of the world that would be documenting war crimes against children during the armed conflict. Ukraine is doing that. It's kind of the first country that is able to do that despite the challenges we currently face. I mean, we as the state, as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as all the other ministries, there's so many kind of requirements, there's so many burdens, even though there is a need for, well, for their capacities. But still, they've managed to do that. They've managed to start this very important process. Now, just a couple of words about what we are doing. At the initiative of Bring Kids Back, contacting the multi-donor project with Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, UK, and many other countries. Well, they helped to create an analytical center, joining the efforts of the public authorities, OSINT teams, international partners, in order to resolve three key tasks to launch the tracing mechanism that would include, first, the search of children. What is the search? Sometimes when we're talking about the searching of a child, well, you know the last name of the child, you just, go to some software, you find the child on Facebook and Kontakte, you've used 3 or 8 or 10 VPNs because as you've already heard, that Russia is improving the mechanisms for the protection of network and information. They're not just changing the last names and identity of the child, they're preventing access for us to their network. So, in order to get information, you would need to spend far more resources than 2 years ago. And you start searching for a child. When you're searching for the child, your task is not just to find the whereabouts of the child. You need to reconstruct the whole path. What happened to the child? Where's the parents? If the child has brothers or sisters, where they are, were they transported? What's happening to them? Now, all of that is the topics for research. But the search is important, but not the final one, because even when we find the child, we would need to verify and confirm this child that indeed this child is from Ukraine. It's a Ukrainian child. It was subjected to forcible transfer of deportation. That was the subject of a war crime. Now, this is where the Ministry of Justice starts to work, and the register, like of this Ministry of Justice, and the coordination between the stakeholders. Now, what's important is what Ludmila has mentioned, that any entity that is providing information, not to keep that information, for the future. Who knows? Maybe I will need to, but to honestly say that if the Ministry of Justice is gathering that information, that we are obliged to give it to that. And I know, Ludmila, how many letters are you signing, but still, there has to be an initiative on the part of others, not on the part of the Ministry of Justice. Like, they need to say that we know that you're gathering this information, so here you are. The Ministry of Justice not just supposed not only to verify the information on the child. The task for them is to fill in the register, to gather as much information as possible, because then they have a third question, like documenting, and this is all about justice. And if the register of the Ministry of Justice will be covering all data, will contain all the information, starting from the original location of the child, its parents, and how it happened that the child had the status, or why it was transferred, where its whereabouts, which documents were issued to the child by the Russia, then you will have all the reasons for the pretrial authorities and the Security Service of Ukraine and the Prosecutor General's office would be able not just to document the crime and to recognize the child as a victim, but later on, Ukraine would be able to apply for the reparations to be paid to this child. So those who perpetrators, let's, Irina, we will have a panel on justice. So could you keep some information about them, for them to mention? Well, I just wanted to say that today many panelists are saying very important things, but still, it's important for us not to fragmentarily respond to challenges that we have. Like many organizations are searching for children or not searching. We need to build a system that will lay the foundations for the state, that will have the state in such a difficult times to support the state, and surely will work for the sake of returning those children. But we need to remember that this register, which is actually the basis for all the following actions, and for the next panel, by the way, as well, well, it shouldn't be the property of only one entity or like others entities. The main advantage of this register is that we kind of combine all the information available in that register, so that to call upon all the public authorities, all the members of the civil society, if you have any information, if you are intending to help the government, the country, please send your information to the Ministry of Justice, and they'll be able to use that for the benefit of Ukrainian children. Thank you. Well, she advocated so many important things, but in fact, Russia hides the information in many cases. Russia closes its informational domain using a variety of mechanisms. So some of the resources that could be using in order to communicate the children occupied territory as well. Today they work, tomorrow they may close, but the technologies they develop. In any case, I would like to pass the floor to Victoria Um, well, can we act asymmetrically in order to get the information? You have a big experience of working in different spheres, not just in searching children. How you're managing to do that within your organization, and what Ukraine has to do in order to achieve this purpose. Greetings. Well, our analysts have analyzed an enormous amount of information for the sake of searching children. We've identified the exact location of children in Russia or in Belarus. We've found around 200 children. 11 of them have already been returned to Ukraine, and our analysts work with different data. We analyze Ukrainian databases, the database of deported children that you have on your website, the database of the missing people of the Ministry of Interior, social networks, forums, Telegram channels, Telegram communities, including Russian sources. And the Russian sources, well, are very helpful. Russian social media, because we faced with cases when the children who were illegally taken to Russia, they were adopted by Russian families, their data being changed, and this data started to re-register the profiles in social networks with different names, nicknames in their profiles. But we managed to find them to track their activity and track their location. And as input data, we could have only a photo of the child or the full name. In some cases, we may not get the exact date of birth, and we try to combine different search patterns in Google, and Russian Yandex is also could be useful because they have their own databases with Ukrainian children available for adoption. They're calling that the bank of children. This is where the information is placed on those children. Then the services to search the people by faces are also useful. They have the limitations, they have the specifics, but still, as I've said earlier, there's not a software where you would write the name of the child and you would know its whereabouts, what's it doing, who's the stepfather or stepmother. Unfortunately, we don't have tools like that, but it's important to cooperate with the public sector, with different civilizations to share this data and to cooperate as much as possible in searching and returning Ukrainian children and holding Russians to accountability. Thank you for such a concise response. It is indeed important to cooperate with different actors, with OSINT analysts, with organizations, but still, I wanted to underline the importance of the journalist investigations. The journalists, they have a chance to kind of work specifically on certain case to dig deep and to search something that could not be found, you know, in open or closed database, to talk to people, to, to go into places from where they were abducted, to talk to places and to get the details. I would like to pass the floor to Victoria Novikova. She's the war crimes researcher at the Reckoning Project. So, Victoria, you were the co-author of investigations that shocked the whole world. We've learned about the adoption of Margarita Prokopenko by the MP of Russia, and she was abducted from the orphanage in Kherson, or the suicide of deported Alexander Yakushenko, who was unable to return to Ukraine. His documents were taken, and his sister are still in the deportation. We're still fighting for her return. So how the journalist research work? What's the purpose of that? And how do you find the balance in between of where the publicity helps in returning children, and where do we need to keep the information keep quiet in order to save the child?
Thank you, Alexandra. Greetings to all colleagues. Irina has mentioned that all speakers touched upon a really important topics. That's true. I just wanted to talk about another problem, very different from what was discussed before. To my opinion, right now we have a systematic problem of dispersed information. So this is in between the public and private sector. The government has a lot of information, personal data, mentioned today, the different registers, the intelligence data, also pre-trial and trial data, and investigation, so on and so forth. And the government and the state is limited in terms of sharing data, publishing these data, and its objective for children's safety in order to observe all the laws and personal information laws, to keep the secret of negotiations, political process, so on and so forth. There is nothing bad to that, but for the international audience, it looks like it's a different thing. Unfortunately, the international audience, the colleagues that we are communicating to, professionals, journalists from quite a high level organizations, unfortunately do not see enough number of proof cases, not enough specific things that they could touch upon and develop upon. And as a result of that, there is a couple of effects coming from that. So there are some statistics that Ukraine translates, and there is a difference between this and what international actors might see. And there is a problem arising of kind of dark spots in terms of definitions, description, in hybrid nature of the crimes. We have to explain that it's not always a child that was returned from Russia or occupied territories, that this child's case is under the deportation category, and that creates a threat that the pressure would be exerted not on Russia as it should be, but on Ukraine. And to avoid that, like not to allow that, the civil organizations are working, and also investigators, including investigators working with war crimes. They work where informal mechanisms are working. And here we can use the information as an instrument of influence. And I'll touch upon the cases mentioned by Alexandra Margarita Prokopenko, when back in 2023 we started to work with that. The beginning of 23 we knew nothing about that except a couple of details, the circumstances of abduction and other children from that facility. And only after we used informal, non-standard sources of information, we were able to establish the fact of abduction by a Russian political person, and then this information started to be significant, and the state received all the grounds in order to continue to work with that case further on and demand that child to be brought back. Another one, Alexander Yakushchenko case, a tragic story, and the collaborating person took him out. There is a tragedy, and we would not be able to confirm what were the real circumstances why the child died, but together with partners, we published that, but publicly it was not available for some time. But whether that publication was done timely or non-timely, also it's an open question. And the third group of cases, an important one I want to mention, is two cases of returns of minors, Georgy Bursky from Oleshkivtsi orphanage, and full-age Alexander Danilchuk from the same orphanage. So here we worked systematically. So Reckoning Project, we worked systematically with publications on those cases together with relatives. In fact, the relatives to these children couldn't influence the situation. They didn't have clear data where their relatives are with regards to their whereabouts, but thanks to the fact that the publications were going out on a regular basis, and quite highly respectful mass media were publishing that and then influenced the reaction on part of Russians. We see a lot of proof that the political area in Russia reacted to that political pressure, and these two stories ended up successfully, although it was really complicated to get these people back. So I would probably call it the controlled making public, but control making public. So it's really important to have partnership relationship between civil society and the state government. It's really important to have trust, and we need to inform, but it should be a controlled information provision about such cases to inform the public. Yeah, so here the main principle is honesty and control provision and information. So one very short question, as long as we are almost done, maybe two questions, but short ones. What if you had to ask something from civil society, something to ask from civil society that would help you as government agencies to work, and how we can help your work, so it's both on part of the state and international partners. So probably it's really important. We have a lot of needs, and using this opportunity, I would ask the civil society, and also I would ask our international partners, first of all, to provide information. Whatever information you have, please provide it to us, and the quality of this information will be the basis for the quality of our registry. And with regards to international partners, I would like to call them to continue, put pressure on Russia, first of all, to provide information about Ukrainian children. Number two, so they have to give access of monitoring missions to temporarily occupied territories. This is a gray zone, and it's really difficult for us to get information from. Without international monitoring missions, it will be difficult for us to go on. So I would like to support those OSINT specialists and professionals who the ministry involves into data check. Ms. Mariana, 3 theses. Number one, we don't have to have any illusion. Russia is not going to voluntarily just give our children back. This is a campaign, Kremlin campaign, to use our children just as instrument of war. So we have to exert pressure, diplomatic pressure. We're doing that, but we will be doing that even more on the OSCE, Council of Europe, through mediation. And number 3 is legal track, because without responsibility and accountability, there's no going to be a sustainable peace in Ukraine. And yes, I agree, we have to have access of monitoring missions to temporarily occupied territories. The biggest crimes are going on there, and there are lots of millions of Ukrainian children there, and only the synergy of civil society and the state, we can achieve a lot of success: identification, reintegration, coming back, documentation, so on and so forth, of Ukrainian children. So a lot of children are returned thanks to civil society and journalists, investigators. Thank you, Irina. Hopefully, well, people will let me out of here, but I will say so. International partners, as of today, they are not supporting all the initiatives. So whatever, for example, yes, we cannot say anything. So I think whatever we ask for, they support. They support everything. And as of now, and Ms. Lyudmila probably mentioned, data are collected after the large-scale invasion has started. So this period since 22, or transferring children before large-scale invasion, nobody is talking about the years, what was going on before that. And of course, we need to strengthen the potential of the teams in order to start working both with the information that the state has and also the other information should be sought for. From time to time, you know, there is information coming up about children who were transferred even before large-scale invasion. We are going to get our children and grandchildren back. This is the question of, you know, our historical memory, but this is another discussion topic. But that's all right. Of course, everything is related. Victoria. Thank you so much. First of all, I'll speak on behalf of our civil society organization, and it was based on Molfar Intelligence Institute organization. The two theses to voice. Number one, we do not have a systematic public funding or systemic international donor funding, but we have a huge analytical team that is monitoring the whole system, the system of deported, transferred children, and we monitor that in all sources, and this is our priority to bring kids back, and we are thankful to the organization Bring Kids Back Ukraine, thankful to international partners, but we do not have enough capacity, and it's because of inadequate funding. So if we have more funding, we will be using more power for systematic monitoring. So it will not be just response to some specific case-to-case basis things, but systematic monitoring, you know, because really before the large-scale invasion, we don't have a systematic data who has already been at the occupied territories of Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast, but then we will be able, having more opportunities to do that. And Victoria, at the end, thank you. You know, I love saying that the word trust is the term from a very important armamentarium in between the state institutions and civil society organizations. So this is something that needs to be part of the relationship. So this is trust. It's not about comfort. This is necessity due to the specifics of the conflict that we are amidst of. And using that opportunity, I would like to thank the international colleagues, journalists, first of all, from the Europe, Northern and South American. Some of them are here for their responsibility and their understanding of our context, our mentality, specifics of those crimes when necessary. They are quite sensitive about some things to this work, and together with the state and civil society organizations, they are responding to our needs, and they are doing everything for the safety of children. And that's really important for national security. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to our guests, participants. I'm thankful to all the panelists and for your day-to-day work. So I'm not going to keep you any longer. The word is to moderator. Thank you, Alexandra. A round of applause to all the participants to this discussion. Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, here at this point of time, we are going to have a break for lunch. You're most welcome to have lunch. So now it's 1:13, but at 1400 sharp, we will be talking about reintegration, out coming back documentation, and holding accountable. Topics are going to be discussed. So, and bon appetit, and we'll be getting back here in 45 minutes. Thank you. Panel sessions. First, reintegration after return. And when we heard our children, they spoke a lot, they talked a lot, what happens after return. So that is something we are going to talk about: psychological support, mental support, socialization, family support after return to the motherland. Why return is just the first step, and why the long-term reintegration has to have quite a long-term cooperation between the society and the state, and how to promote reintegration best way. So everything will be discussed here and now. And I would like to invite our speakers here. Welcome Lyudmila Shemelinets, First Deputy Minister of Social Policy. Jin Choi, Chief Child Protection, UNICEF Ukraine. Olena Rozwadowska, co-founder, Voices of Children. Olga Lopushanska, Associate Programs Director, Ukrainian Foundation for Public Health. Ksenia Ponatsova, Case Management Coordinator, Posmishka, UA. And the moderator is Irina Tulyakova, head of the Coordinator Center for Family Upbringing and Childcare Development. Ms. Irina, you're most welcome. Welcome, everyone. Happy to see you. It's my pleasure that we all reconvened after lunch, because reintegration topic is one of the key topics for our future coalition of partners, May 11, that was mentioned before, so thank you for being here. We talked about return and tracing children. And the next step after return is how the child and their family is adapted, reintegrated after the return. Of course, this is an uneasy process, and the way home is uneasy, but we are waiting. We are waiting at home. And with regards to what's happening in reintegration context, what has been done, what are the future plans, that is something that we are going to discuss with the colleagues. And they're mostly involved in the reintegration work, mostly, and this process has been historically happening and starting that first the support was provided kind of in a chaotic way, and all civil society organizations and the state were doing that in their own way and their own ways. But thanks to Bring It Back and the President's initiative, this process is a teamwork. It's not ideal yet, but of course we are working jointly. And also there was a decree 551 that regulates this interaction, and there is an interdisciplinary team that's been created. So the reintegration process being built on a national level. So we will start from the questions of the to the state. Ms. Lyudmila is from the Ministry of Social Policy Family. Ms. Lyudmila, can you tell us what reintegration is to home in order for all those services that are provided would be added with new additional services, because that is the task of the state, to adapt to the needs of children, needs of people, and in this case we're talking about children, because as Irina has mentioned correctly, it was quite chaotic in the beginning, so we tried to respond quickly, and it was needed based, and now it's more structures. A lot of international organizations and partners, our UNICEF, for example, our indispensable partner, and others, they do make a lot of effort in order for this path for the return would be easier. This with regards to, restoring paperwork, looking for relatives. If we talk about better care reforms, our main task and priority of the state, and the whole people of Ukraine is to provide, placing children back into families, providing high-quality social services, healthcare services, mental support, because what is the most efficient with regards to restoring, rebuilding children's ability to be part of family? This is support, family support. And when I was asked to describe with one word what an adult can say to a child, for this child not to feel lonely, I believe, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Because it's not that everyone would necessarily need a psychological conversation, discussion. It could be just a hand or an adult who will be by your side when you're feeling down. Every one of us needs someone who can support us, both during difficult times, but also to share happy moments as well. And I believe a good result of reintegration will be visible when, for example, after this event, the children who were upstage or other children who went through the same traumatic experience would smile, will give us a smile. They would say, yes, we've gone through this traumatic experience, but we feel happy today, because these children are today on their way to restoration, thanks to a lot of coalition of partners, thanks to initiative the President Ukraine Bring Kids Back, we were able to return a lot of children, but even more, because it's 2,146 the children who are returned. Is just a little dropped out of those huge amount of children who are under deportation, under the risk of forcible transfer. They are in terrible circumstances in which they forget about their motherland and their native tongue, and they are faced with violence, and also because other ideologies, when they are forced to take other ideology, is a violence already. And we live in a country with European values and the freedom of choice. And when I see how children live in Ukraine, my heart is breaking when I hear what we hear about children living on occupied territories and children abducted by Russia. So our task is to continuously strengthen our work to adjust to the circumstances, adapt, and also we have to develop family-based care and upbringing, and also talk, mental support, psychological care, health care to be provided for children to understand they're not alone, and we are by their side. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ludmila. Of course, as I have mentioned, reintegration is a process, and it's a lengthy process, and one of the coalition results at some point of time was support to the project and creating a joint coalition in between different Ukrainian civil society organizations, and with support of Canadian government and other European countries, we have a project running headed by the Ukrainian Network for the Rights of Children, and 6 organizations are involved there. UNICEF is the leader, not only with the reforms of care, child care, but also in context reintegration as well. So the question is to the Chief Child Protection and the leader of reforms in UNICEF, better care. How today, dear Jean, how reintegration and reintegration project looks like today? What kind of services are received by children, and how in practice does it look in the context of implementing this initiative? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. And in fact, let me ask the question in a slightly different way. So as you know, as part of the lead up to the May 11th high-level meeting, we will be proposing that better care and return and reintegration are in fact a continuum, that you need better care, the child protection, child care reform of Ukraine, to be part of the return and reintegration language for all children. And there is a question: what is the link? I think we can say when you hear the children's stories themselves, when they come back to Ukraine, it is a moment of celebration. We are so glad to see them. And somebody is here to catch you, and that is the humanitarian element of reintegration. Somebody is here from NGOs, civil societies, from government to catch you as you arrive. And then there is the systems work that we are doing together to try to improve the overall system for all children of Ukraine. That is the Better Care reform. But there is this gray middle. What happens after the humanitarian support ends and before the reform is ready to receive all children? What happens in that gray middle? Do children get lost? Is there someone to support them? And that is why we connect the reform of better care with the return and reintegration that is highly driven by a lot of the partners that we see here today. UNICEF positions itself as the bridge. We are there to make sure that no child is lost in that gray middle. It is a very difficult task because sometimes it's about, it's about convincing humanitarians that they need to do some development work. It's about convincing development actors that perhaps they also need to reach into the humanitarian space. But for children, they don't ask whether they are supported by humanitarians or supported by development actors. They expect and they deserve that continuum of care. And that is why return and reintegration is integral to the better care reform. If you have a chance, please look at the national strategy for better care. You will see that it is based on the good practices of this region that talk about strengthening family-based care, talk about strengthening social services, ensuring that children with lived experiences are part of the decision-making, that there's legal and policy support, and that we transform institutions so that they become a relic of the past. But specifically for Ukraine, there is a sixth element of this reform, which is about making sure that the conditions for children are ready for when they return back home. And those conditions are the work that we do here today together on return and reintegration. Without reintegration and reinforced by the system, the children return to this gray middle. And we cannot afford, as one Maxim Maximov says, to lose children once to Russia and then lose them again to trauma in Ukraine. So that is why I think we really need to take the moment, to take the space, and to ensure that children do not get lost. Return and reintegration is part of better care, and better care is the prerequisite to safe reintegration.
I love your speeches, thank you. Насправді, реально...
Thank you very much. Real reintegration is part of the process to implement the better care reform, because when we talk about returning children into each society and each community, because if on a community level there is no support, we would not be able to provide and cover all the needs. And in this context, the mechanism is as follows. When the child is returning in the Child Protection Center, and I'm sure you've seen that there is an interview taking place, and from Coordination Center there is a coordinator working there who is actually implementing, doing that interview and provides the needs assessment. And first of all, there is a short-term package of care, support package, and then mid-term and long-term 3 years. And from our experience, we see that most children require long-term support. And of course, that tells us that the longer children are in occupation, the more complicated the return and reintegration processes is. So a lot of partners that are here would be able to share their experience, but they've been into other previous panels as well. So we've discussed the most important components, constituents to that process. When the child is back, it's humanitarian aid, crisis response, and there is a representative from the Posmishka civil society organization. Ms. Ksenia, I would like to ask you with regards to the following. What are the first needs that you are responding to? How do you view the child at that moment of that crisis response time, and what role your organization plays in case management? Hello, dear colleagues. As we have seen from the previous panel discussions, the process of returning, like tracing process, returning children is quite a lengthy process requiring lots of efforts in different directions. In the process of reintegration is just the initial entry point. And reintegrating children is a sensitive, a lengthy process. And in this process, it is the case management that becomes the accessory part or constituent that helps us to do the needs assessment, to develop the individual management plan, and involving children through that process helps each child to feel part of that work, part of that project and the process, and also to hear and to feel that the future is here and they will be sure that their future will be bright. And thanks to Bring Kids Back, we developed a plan for needs assessment. We identify what are the priority needs that the children have. Also, after that, there is a comprehensive assessment. We ask whether they have papers, whether they have official papers. Sometimes it's a real challenge for families because it takes time, because, you know, restoring all paperwork is a very lengthy process. In parallel, also there is a coordination, social services coordination process, healthcare services, psychosocial support services processes. And so the key is also to create conditions for the child and to create a safe environment for adaptation, to cover the basic needs, to avoid re-traumatization. Among priority needs is paperwork restoration, food also, and hygiene products needs, and looking for accommodation, reimbursement at the first step. From our own practical experience, I would be possibly identify 3 key challenges. So not ready, family not being ready when the child is returned. Very often children are returned or after being in occupation for a long time, they come back to families, but psychologically families might not be ready. We had a case like that, and the mother and the child haven't seen each other for more than 3 years. So it's like meeting your child anew. So they meet each other, get to know each other again. And challenge number 2 is environment is not ready. So we need to prepare the community, school, social services in order for the child, because very often children have very traumatic experience because they've been to a different education system, not knowing Ukrainian language. Very often after violence, they've been subjected to violence. And challenge number 3 is vulnerable category, young adults, 18 to 23 years of age. They were children when the large-scale invasion started, and now they're coming back. Also, no official papers, no family, no support. And in the majority of them, yes, they don't have papers, and that hampers the process of the adaptation, because access to any services, governmental, non-governmental, whatever you need to have in the first place is the papers. You have to have your documents. And from our own experience, I can say that the key factor of successful reintegration is the systematic nature and preparation. So these challenges and others can be overcome when everyone who is involved in reintegration is involved and prepare the society. Thank you very much. You mentioned about we mentioned schools, a supportive environment, psychological preparation for families and children. And here I would like to share the pilot that was launched in the context of this project, together with Voices of Children organizations. It's a reintegration in schools where the biggest number of children returned from deportation. That's the person who helps children to reintegrate into school environment, because yes, there are challenges in terms of their quick adaptation to a new educational environment, learning fast. And here also there is a question of psychological status of children. So Ms. Olena Rozwadowska, if it's okay, can you tell us please about the midterm process, midterm support process, when children either ready, not ready to take this psychological support, and the pilot integration mentors that we would like to scale up?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. This is truly very important because, you know, speaking about psychological support to children who suffered this trauma, deportation, return, combat actions, war, I mean, it's difficult. And maybe not difficult on the other hand. It's a great honor because in many cases we're talking about the stories of incredible strength, dignity, and courage. And today, you were all the witnesses of stories of Vitaly, Anastasia, and many others. These are the children telling about all these obstacles they had to overcome, and not many adults are able to, you know, talk to them peer to peer. Like, I'm older, like them by 20 years, but I don't have the experience they've suffered. And you were speaking about the gray zone and the psychological support. Well, psychological support is the gray zone. You have a child sitting in front of you says, "Well, it's all fine," and then this child says, like, I had two options. Option number A, to leave, and then option B is the pills or like a roof, basically a suicide, meaning. And that's the same child. I mean, all the same. The child that is learning, that is walking, as if everything is fine. There is everything, but you won't ever know what would be the triggering element, what's going to be the overcoming element when this would happen, like in a week, in 2 weeks, in a year, in 4 years. Some of the children, you know, spend all of their childhood in captivity because Donetsk was occupied in 2014, and Serhiy was, by the way, representing Donetsk region. And within this totally gray zone, we have to talk about visibility of these needs, of these stories, because we want to see those, we want to hear those, and truly understand those. You know, together the need to interview. But on the other hand, there is a need for total confidentiality, privacy, and trust. The trust when the expert would need to decide by himself whether that child, whether it would be enough to have 4 meetings with the child, or like a year or maybe longer. It's not about, you know, long-term psychological therapy, which is not supposed to be funded at the cost of the civil organizations. No, the children had overcome so much. There's been so difficult situations, so horrible situations that, you know, establishing contact with the child may take half a year. And there are specific cases, I mean, with children leaving the occupation. And in some cases, our psychologists need half a year simply to establish contact, like a rapport with those children. So psychosocial support is integrally related. It's kind of the foundation for their integration. Why? Because your condition, your desire to leave, to restore the documents, to get enrolled with the university, get I don't know, some sort of a scholarship that could be offered by a state, you need, for doing that, you need to find some strength, some inner strength, you need to find some friends. Therefore, the important factors in order to build this foundation, they should be the process of adaptation, accommodation. I mean, children have to live somewhere, particularly young adults with the age of around 20. I mean, not too many are interested, you know, or where do you live or how do you pay for your life. But still, I mean, they're only 20. The life, the circle, because the children were taking, you know, with kind of with roots. They lived for the whole of their life in Kherson, and I talk to those children, and they're saying they've never left their villages or their cities when they were a child. And then here they are, like in a different place. You don't know what sort of streets they are. You never wanted to live in that city, but you don't have another fate. I mean, you have to be happy that you're alive and you're out of that. So it's a constant cooperation with people like helping you with accommodation, manage some things, and then establishing contacts, establishing trust. Not every child is willing to work with psychologists at once. So there is another thing, the preparation, the training of an experienced, truly expert psychologist. Not all of them have a background, have an experience of working with children who suffered from brainwashing, who stayed in occupation for a long period of time. You would need a proper skill for that. Not every expert would be ready to face this topic. I mean, we are in Ukraine, we are kind of traumatized. We have suffered something, we may have relatives on the occupied territory, so something that because of we are traumatized, and we have traumatized Ukrainians helping even more traumatized Ukrainians. Now, school is the main place for the adaptation of children aged below 17, because starting from 17, we're talking about vocational institutions or higher educational institutions. So the mentors on integration at school this is the project we're piloting. We're trying to introduce that position into a school environment. This is the person that should be, a very important person for the child at school. The child may be an orphan, may be living with the relatives it had to. So it might not have, someone to rely on even in school, back at home. So the school becomes this this thing that they can rely on. Now, this matters that should be aware of integration programs in order to create a favorable environment at school, in order to create an environment of ethics at school, like an environment when the child is simply like Serhiy, Vitaly, or Anastasia, and not the child being returned from occupation, not the child who suffered from deportation, not the child that we want to leave or to look at as the living witness of a war crime of Russia. So this is our task. In addition to school, there has to be an environment like that in many other places. I mean, because it's important, We need to take a look what's available in community in terms of the experts, the funds, etc. So, in conclusion, I just wanted to say that we're trying to do whatever possible, but still there's a whole lot of work. Thank you. We talk a lot about the youth, and just recently we launched a communication campaign on the enrollment, and also there was winter support for enrollment, and that kind of facilitated the young men or young children to leave and to start their educational campaign, which is good. But still, this needs a bigger involvement of ministries, agencies, and civil organizations, but it also needs some of the services for young adults, more conscious kind of children. I mean, there are still children, right? And just recently we visited a social accommodation, social flat that was created as a pilot in the frames of the project, and 9 young adults live there. One of them was here as a speaker. So after return, they have a chance to receive some support at a social flat or social apartment. I would like to ask Olha to tell about this experience, to tell about the youth and their needs already upon return, when they live in a social apartment that your organization supports, as well as the plans on how to further develop this service. Because, I mean, what do you think about this pilot project? Should that be scaled up as a practice around Ukraine? Well, thank you for the question. Greetings, everyone. In fact, we've been piloting the model of social flat or apartment in Ukraine for 13 years with different groups, beneficiaries, women with young children. It could be women returning from the occupied territories, the IDPs, the women with, risks of refusing to take care of their own child. Now, this experience is very important to us. And in Ukrainian Donetsk, even before the 2014, we've piloted a model of social flat for the teenagers, for boys teenagers. Now, all this experience within the consortium with the support from our colleagues from UNICEF, we used all that in order to create a social flat project for the young adults, boys aged 18-23, who live in this apartment and receive some services. It's not like an apartment as we understand that in Ukrainian society. Our team is doing everything for the boys who live there would have a feeling of home and true apartment, a true flat for them. It's an absolutely convenient and comfortable space where they can have food, medicine, hygiene, in order to cover some basic needs. And then to recover, to have a rest, psychologists would work with them, lawyer would work with them in order to restore all these documents. And today, the colleagues have mentioned that there are services where documents are required. So over the 13 years of our project, we do not consider the documents as something that is required because we understand that there has to be a space where the person could stop in order to have a rest and recover all those documents. The next components that we use to work with those people who live in the social apartment. It's the work of the lawyer who helps to recover the document, who offers advice on different aspects, on alimony payments, on any types of heritage and things like that. Social workers that help to sign declarations with the family doctors, because back in 2025, when the boys came to social flats, they were all sick. So we need to work with social partners in order to provide them with the referral to medical experts, and they receive those medical services finally. And surely, we're talking about the work to help them to move on. It could be economic inspiration. We tell them how to save money. We tell them how to communicate, how to receive public services and public payments for them to be independent, for them to be able to study or to go to work, those who need that. So we've selected a good place with many businesses, with many stores, gas stations, so that the boys would be able to see that the life is, is all around them, so that they could, try and find an employment close to the apartment. It would be safe. We understand that all of them have different but traumatic experience, so that would be gradually, step by step, but still integrating the community. And ever since December, and tomorrow we're supposed to get documents on 2 additional boys who's going to join this social apartment. But we already see that this is crucially important. You said that there will be an enrollment campaign for universities. That's something that is very important for those willing to join the Ukrainian universities. So this safe space where they can gradually integrate into the community, this is very important. Thank you. Thank you. Well, the the enrollment provides for scholarship, social scholarship, the availability of dormitories, but we see that, our boys would need that time in order to define which future they would like to select, what would be the occupation, because there's different stories, different circumstances that has an impact on their decision. Now, this model is very useful, and the mentor zone integration, the social service entities are also useful. We have payments, we have a child service here. In accordance to the resolution 551, there is a payment in the amount of 500,000 hryvnia. That's after the return. That's for the children and young adults. Surely there is a support from civil organizations. We're talking about civil and other support, and all of that is working like all together. But there has to be a next step, and this next step is all about this team that we have here and we have in this audience. It's all about the service for accompanying and reintegration. Surely that's going to be a state or public service, and we will design all those achievements that we have in order to turn into the long-standing model. Because surely we hope that all the children will return, so that service would need to be existing and enshrined on the state level. And surely the child is kind of returning and would draw a lot of attention to the reported children, to those children were returned from occupied territories, but we hope that the return mechanisms will allow, well, through mediation, through international partners, to increase the number of returned children. And surely every community should be ready. Currently, the cooperation is established with national, local entities and services, with social services, educational entities, but not all the communities are ready for that, and we would need to keep developing the long-standing child protection system that should be working as a single mechanism. While the reform of the child care system is a part of the reintegration process and the sustainable model that we can see. On the 11th of May, well, in those deliverables that we've presented, well, they contain the initiatives they need the scaling up as part of the reform, or they reflect the needs of our children who are returning. That's in order to build a long-standing process of support to a child. Every child that is returning back home, we want to say thank to all the partners we have here. We have, all four, so to say, components since the moment of identification of the whereabouts of the child until its return, restoring of justice, etc. Of course, I would like to say few words of teamwork as part of the Bring Kids Back. We don't always have a chance, to see one another, but every component of this process is important. Every one of us is important. We thank the civil organizations that are available at all the stages of the project, and we thank you for joining in the advocacy for reinforcing the reform of the child care support system and the reintegration system. We thank to international partners and to all those who have a role to play in making sure our children would be growing up in a family environment. Thank you. And of course, we would be grateful to you, Irina, and thank you to all of the panelists for this important discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight to the next panel, documentation and holding accountable. This is going to be the topic for the next panel, and surely we'll be talking about the role of civil society in recording crimes, collecting evidence and supporting international investigations and building foundations for future justice. This is very important, and we'll be discussing that in the next panel discussion. Dear friends, let's stick to the timing. So surely we have a lot of other events that you're aware of. Let's welcome Viktor Logachov, Deputy Prosecutor General of Ukraine, Mykola Yurlov, Counselor or Advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Zara Kozlieva, Legal Director at Truth Hounds, Nazary Lutsenko, Analyst, War Crimes Documentation Department at East SOS Charitable Foundation, and Oleksiy Nabozhnak, OSINT Specialist, IDLO, Ukraine. And this panel shall be moderated by Katarina Rashevska, legal expert at Regional Center for Human Rights.
Пані Катерино, прошу.
Katerina, please. This is your time. Dear friends, dear colleagues, in fact, the topic of responsibility and accountability is, in fact, one of the most complicated. And you might think that, it should be somewhere at the final stage of all the processes, that before accountability, you would need to document something. You would definitely need to identify the children, to return, to integrate them, and only then you would need to go to accountability. Now, that's a false perception, of course, and unfortunately, the lack of priority to accountability is fairly problematic. And I would say that this looks like a problem. So. Until 2023, the crimes against children and the violations of the IHL, they weren't raising much of a concern to the international community, let's be frank in that. But in 2023, a miracle happened. I'm talking about the arrest warrants against Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova for the illegal deportation and forcible transfer, and for the sanctions approach, coordination of sanction efforts, and introducing most of the physical and legal entities, imposing sanctions against them at different jurisdictions. And then there was a report by the OSCE, the Moscow mechanism, which established a series of violations to the IHL and the international human rights. And then there was a report on war crimes and crimes against humanity by one of the commissions at the UN. But where we are now, are we able to talk about a single system of holding perpetrators accountable, which is also added up with the accountability of Russia as a state? Where's the role for a civil society? Aren't we offering a redundancy of efforts? Do we reinforce the capacity of the investigating bodies at the national level? So we have a lot of questions that we need to search answers to, and we are currently at a very interesting stage when the ICC is operating at a difficult geopolitical environment, facing with sanctions, when the states are not really willing to fulfill the arrest warrants, when the special envoy, a special rapporteur of the General Secretary, she promised to have a report on Ukraine, but then she visited Russian Federation as well. There's a number of aspects that we need to be ready and that we need to find answers to. And it's great that one of the best experts would be searching for the answers to all those questions. Now, without further ado, I would like to go straight to Victor. Now, where we are now, in terms of holding the perpetrators accountable at a notional level. We're talking about the deportation, we're talking about forcible transfer, but still, what we're calling the militarization, it's important to understand the strategic priorities, because clearly the restoration of justice, that's a matter to be solved within years, if not decades. And crimes against humanity and war crimes, they don't have a deadlines for the investigation and prosecution. I understand that you're going to have 5 minutes only, but surely you'll be able to answer that as well. What about cooperation with the civil organizations and the public authorities? Now, how would you assess their effectiveness? Thank you for the invitation. That's a very painful topic. When the child, against its will, is deprived of its identity and home. In fact, there's two questions. First one is, how do we return all of our children? Second question, how do we make sure that all those culpable, all those who had some relation to that would be held accountable, would serve its term? As for the punishment, as for the prosecution, currently the prosecutors of the General Prosecutor's Office hold accountable 25 individuals. Yes, that was done in absentia, but among them are politicians, are dignitaries from the aggressor country, and also we've sent 12 cases to court. That's against 12 perpetrators. We still have court hearings in progress. Surely there will be court decisions and sentences, and there will be a time when people will receive their own sentences, and they will serve all those sentences. And as for the investigation of those crimes, in fact, the civil organizations, the documentaries, mass media, all of those, they are the source of evidence for us. Without all that, there is no beginning for our criminal proceedings. You give us information that we can work with, and we need to work with. I'm especially grateful to all the international partners, because thanks to their efforts, we have access to software that allows us to analyze and to, well, find all the necessary evidences. We process all those evidences later on, and then we also have the cooperation with the ICC, and we're transferring the materials of the case or of the proceedings to them for them to be able to read that. Without the civil society, without the journalists, well, in that criminal proceeding for sure, we have our hands tied. There's another aspect, that if you take the aggressor country, there's more and more problems with the internet. I mean, they're closing their own internet, and this produces some obstacles for us because we're trying to monitor how our children are being adopted, how they're being sent to different foster families, how they're traveling around the country. I mean, Russia. So when they're covering their own source of information, but we're using that as a source of evidence for our criminal proceedings, which is also a big challenge. Although a lot of work is something that we're doing on a daily basis, we are moving on, and surely every person who's in some way accountable for interpretation of the crimes will have its own sentence. Thank you. We share this willingness and we're ready to work. I think it would be logical to go to Alexei Nabuzhniak. Once again, just to remind you, he's an OSINT specialist at IDLO Ukraine. Because Victor, in his address, he mentioned about providing evidences, closing internet, and about the importance of the evidences for the investigation presented by the journalists and everything that could be found through OSINT. Can you tell us, how would you assess? I know it could be fairly subjective, but still, from your experience, how powerful, how capable are Ukrainian non-governmental organizations in terms of providing or running that analysis? What do we need to do in order to make better, to do something better? And what is the coordination of efforts? How does it look like? So that we wouldn't be documenting one and the same thing, leaving some gaps or gray zones that will later on facilitate Russia to commit even more crimes, because Russians haven't seen the, irreversibility of criminal responsibility for those types of crimes yet. Well, thank you. Those are very nice comments in terms of the fact that we might be providing redundant services, and that might be, the lots of deficit resources. The IDLO is the interagency international organizations. We're kind of at the crossroad of the civil society and international assistance project, and more of a expert, community rather than civil society. For a long period of time, we're helping the law enforcement, and since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we're working with the war crimes cases, with developing capacities of the prosecutor's office, security service of Ukraine, national police, like on the overall, just simply for the understanding of what are the war crimes, what are the crimes against humanity, and we're also working on the specific cases, the cases of notice of suspicion, etc., which was mentioned today, and our experts are involved in that as well. In terms of OSINT, we kind of have a special approach to this type of evidences. We're trying to systemically introduce that into the investigatory process in order to, you know, to make sure that the civil support organizations and others would be simply like an additional hands because of the deficit of resources. But in fact, we want our bodies to introduce all those practices in a more systemic way. Over the past couple of years, we are on this path from, you know, law enforcement agencies being kind of fearful in terms of the OSINT evidences because of the great origin of those evidences. Plus, there's some, you know, expectations that there has to be some golden button somewhere that you need to press and get all the information. Now we have this understanding that this is just an additional working tool. It has its own limitations, but still you need to know how it works.
And here what's important to mention as well, there are lots of questions about whether such evidence is able to be used, can be used, and this is some kind of practice that can be jointly worked on, and our organization also does a lot to get all the participants to the process together to develop the approaches how the evidence should be used in national courts and subsequently in future in international court as well. Here also should be mentioned, just as previous speakers said, that is for the first time that we as country are gathering evidence in the process of conflict. How we did that? First, yes, chaotically, individually. Some organizations were doing that proactively, not coordinating their activities with law enforcement agencies, and in many cases such evidence were not good to be used during court and trial hearings, proceedings. Either this or they didn't correlate with the priorities on part of law enforcement. The prosecutor's office sees some perspective, for example, that this case might work for the International Criminal Court and focuses on that, but some civil society organizations or just commercial organizations that do not participate in that, and we were lacking this coordination for quite a long time. So here I would like to mention positively, so to say, with regards to development of establishment of analytical system under Irina Suslova to create the unified register of verified children, deported children, run by the Ministry of Justice. And finally, that leads to a certain level of coordination between the agencies, information exchange, and hopefully we are going to move in this direction more quickly. As it was mentioned several times today, time is against us. This type of evidence disappears, access to them disappears, children grow, and they are out of open Russian registers. And in order for those parabolas that you were talking about since 2014, we probably need some additional political solution in order to come back to the documentation for this period as well, since 14, because this is being lost even more quickly compared to what has happened after the large-scale invasion. Thank you, Mr. Alexei. You've pointed out a lot of important questions, including that, to my mind, still something to work on in the area of legislation. So we have to work out some types of evidence that are necessary to be collected. And also the Russian Federation is not just taking some information out. They are kind of losing this information in order to make a counterfeit of this. And there are sometimes of words that they are inventing to call their crimes in order to avoid accountability and responsibility. But there's a bit of piece of education, because international accountability is just one of the aspects of the huge justice system. And when we are talking about responsibility per se, we need to consider the responsibility of Russia as a state. Special issues here with regards to the reimburse for losses, and the Register of Laws of Ukraine is working. ADVA 8 category has been established for also deportation and forcible transfer of children as part of that. So the question is to Mykola, with regards to international mechanism of child protection in the context of responsibility of Russia as a state. So what do we have in this area? What are the successes? What is still lacking? Maybe non-governmental organizations need to be involved as well, will be helpful for any information about that. And also considering that there are a lot of NGOs today trying to cover that area. We have a lot of mechanism in the UN organization of United Nations organization. They have mechanism in order to make Russia being held responsible for a lot of things. Some things that is not quite war crimes, and the people who can be held accountable, not as big one, but still the mechanism is there. So the floor is yours. Thank you, Katarina. And thank you, dear colleagues. It is true, it's a big problem, and lots of components to that problem, and lots of them have been already discussed today. I will focus on the area of international legal responsibility and what are the efforts on part of the state here. Starting from the first days of large-scale invasion, Ukraine, together with the partners, is building what we call comprehensive web of accountability. So it involves a couple of key elements that were depicted in item 7 of the peace formula. The accountability for the crime itself, aggression, as International Criminal Court is not looking into that crimes against Ukraine because of the limitations, previous limitations. So that is why, together with 40 countries, as part of core group, for the last 3 years, we are establishing a special tribunal. And we have good news. In 2 weeks, the final element is going to be signed in order to launch that. It's expanded agreement on steering committee. Last year, Ukraine have already signed with the Council of Europe the agreement on establishing the special tribunal, but it comes into effect when the second element is launched. And the Advanced TIP is funding that, and the European Union has provided the funding. It's as part of the Council of Europe. Why this element of responsibility is important? This is the first time since the Second World War we are creating an instrument to hold someone accountable for aggression crimes. Realistic instrument, we can establish that, but to confirm that in the court that Russia has started the aggressive war against Ukraine in February 2014. As part of that process, which is important for our today's topic, and also you can look up at the bylaws of the special tribunal, Article 22, there is a provision of a representation of those who suffered. And the special issue during this establishment, the creation of tribunal, how do we address those who suffered and the victims? And it was decided the special tribunal, if they define the groups of victims as such that specifically suffer due to actions that is part of the crime, and the indictment specifies that, well, they have to provide, they have to have a special advisor that. So children as a category of victims can be represented by a legal advisor, and also on part, like for example, the relatives, the families and parents can be such representatives as well. Second important element that Ms. Katerina has mentioned here is International Registry of Laws and International Reimbursement Commission for Ukraine, or Compensation Commission for Ukraine. Good news here, December last year, after 2 years of negotiations, the convention been signed about establishing Compensation Commission that's going to review all the applications. And a couple of hours ago, the Parliament has voted for ratification of this convention in Ukraine. So probably by May 15, by the ministerial event in Chisinau in the Council of Europe, we will ratify this statement in order for it to be added to other documents for this convention. 25 countries is necessary for that. It's quite realistic that this year we will get that. But the Registry of Laws is already working. And as Ms. Katerina has mentioned already, this is category 2.8 in that registry that allows to apply, to give applications to the Registry of Laws. It allows that to do that for representatives or parents of those children who were subjected to forcible transfer within the territories of Ukraine, not controlled by Russia, and outside of Ukraine as well. But children can be also victims in other categories. So deportation is just one of the categories. But totally, the total is 43 categories. And out of those, around 15 is about losses attributed to physical, natural persons. So unfortunately, this is about children that were killed, so their parents and relatives can apply to such registries who have suffered the sexual violence, torture, who were wounded, who lost access to education. So all these categories of laws mentioned on the website of the Registry of Losses, and I know that the representatives of the Kiev office of this Registry of Losses here in this audience, so I urge you to come to this Registry Kiev office, and they will give you more information how to work with that. Thank you, Mr. Mykola. And next is Zara Kozleva, who is the legal director of Truth Hounds. I know that recently Truth Hounds, together with Bring Kids Back to UA, have applied and filed an application to the working UN group with regards to forceful, non-voluntary abductions. And this is about the Kherson orphanage. It would be interesting to hear how you worked, which methods were used, what is the specific aim, because we understand that the Russian Federation is not going to communicate with a lot of mechanisms they have, and we've mentioned those mechanisms. Just to underline, we are not talking about some sporadic cases of rejections, but there are dozens of applications and requests, and they are ignoring that all the time. So what is the influence of this application? What can we be waiting for? What kind of application in terms of registering the crimes? Thank you very much, Katerina, for this question. Good afternoon, everyone. I think what I will start with, I will give you a bit of context how Truth Hounds, together with Bring Kids Back, came to this case. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizations and experts who are systematically dealing with all these issues related to children as part of the armed conflict. So we are documenting war crimes and other military crimes, and we are doing that since 2014. But probably for the last 3 years, the spectrum of our activities has been expanded, and among new directions of work is the one that we call strategic litigation. So what we do, we take specific cases in different jurisdictions. When we have enough materials, proof, evidence with regards to some specific incidents, we are looking into that, and we are looking for the most perspective, the best opportunities from the legal point of view, what to do in this case. And recently, the specifics to this direction is that we are kind of outside of the limits of just criminal prosecution. So together with the ministries and using the principle of universal jurisdiction, we started to look at the mechanism of and applying to UN agencies, because not always criminal prosecution is the most efficient to hold someone accountable. So that's how we started to work with the Committee on Human Rights, with the working group on non-voluntary abductions and forcible abductions. Of course, we look at all possible risks that we have. And actually, Katerina, you have mentioned that before. And yes, it's true, they are there. At the same time, there are some advantages that UN agencies are providing to us that we apply to. Like, for example, I explained about our case on Kherson Oblast orphanage and why basically we decided to apply to this working group. First of all, there are overall general reasons, because we knew that case because of the issues of national deportation and forceful transfer of children from that Kherson orphanage, and we developed the standards of pre-trial proceedings, and that laid the basis for development of practical part of this legislation. At the same time, in the context of children, even if we are dealing only with accountability issues, still there is a concurrent goal to return children back, and this UN group has been mandated specifically to deal with that. If you compare with other UN agencies, like for example, there is a UN committee on forcible abductions. We can approach that. We have two documents. One is declaration with regards to protection of all children against forcible abductions, and Russian Federation has not ratified this convention, whereas the working group mandate allows us to apply with regards to how to fight forcible abductions, regardless of whether the agreement signed or signed, but we can work with different countries, because the declaration is the main document, and it was approved by the UN resolution according to the bylaws. So formally, Russia cannot ignore and has no any opportunity to ignore this working group activities. And this working group is a certain agency that connects relatives, parents, guardians of children of that country that is currently responsible for the destiny of children. So on part of the guardians and parents, we apply, and the working group is going to do that to apply to the Russian Federation. This is number one. Actually, even if Russian Federation ignores such requests or applications, this is going to be just another fact of violating their responsibilities, international responsibilities. But it's even more interesting than that. And this agency is working under the declaration, and its bylaws has definitions of what is a forcible abduction, unlawful relocation of institutional children can be potentially qualified as forcible abductions, not just unlawful deportation or transferring. This is the humanity crime, not war crime. That is why prosecuting it in Ukraine was kind of a bit limited, because the changes were done on introduced only at the end of 24, but the independent UN Commission on that already registered and stated the humanity crimes. But here, well, I know we do not have a lot of time, but just to stress why important. Now, in those declarations, it says that it's always a violation that is done by the government authorities or subject supported by the state, knowingly or unknowingly. So what does it tells us about that? During the international platforms, when we talk about violated abductions, Russia would not be able to hold someone else responsible, that other agencies or people have been kind of responsible for that. No, this is responsibility of the Russian Federation, and that's a very good thing for Ukraine. Of course, Russia can ignore this application, but this group's mandate provides also that there's going to be systemic application filed for Russia unless they acknowledge it is the crime in order for the proceedings to start. And this is the final goal, together with bringing children back. Thank you very much for this wonderful speech. I can tell you that, in fact, the forcible abduction is one of the crimes that independent UN Commission pay attention to, but not in the context of Ukrainian children. So your application is making some more input to expand the scope of victims in this context. And while you were reflecting, I also had a dream that probably the next step could be special filing with regards to children who were taken for re-upbringing camps, for example, this type of relocation also can be regarded as a forceful abduction. So let's continue working together. Of course, I share this position that we need to approach special mandated agencies and special commissions, and some might be skeptical about that, but until you try, you do not have any legal grounds to say it was not efficient. So non-governmental organizations' role is very significant here as well. And our last speaker, last but not least, Mr. Nazary Lutsenko, and he's an analytical specialist. He is the analyst, War Crimes Documentation Department, East Source Charitable Foundation. So this is about documentation, child-friendly approach being the basis of that, and safety standards with regards to contacts with people from occupied territories. Recently, there was a journalist-based investigation that actually produced a lot of discussion. What kind of protocols you are using? What is your long-term strategy? And very briefly about trends. So what you notice in terms of crimes against Ukrainian children on occupied territories today. Thank you, Katarina. Thank you. Everyone, I would like to start saying that the Charitable Foundation has been documenting war crimes for more than 10 years, and we have a big experience doing that. And it looks like it's a simple thing where a documenter has to follow follow a list of questions. At the same time, it's difficult because there are lots of standards that you have to meet when you do that. First of all, it's information consent, informed consent. Also, anonymous principle, anonymity principle. They might not disclose their whereabouts and the name, whatever. And when you talk to a responder, to the victim, a person very often has a moral trauma, feels moral trauma requiring help of a psychologist. So what we practice during documentation, so when a person needs that, even during the interview, the person will mandatory require this type of support from the fund, from our fund. And also the topic of education and children also was covered by our documentation process since 2014. The result of that is a big analytical report that has a lot of interviews as the basis, as the foundation with young adults and teachers. from temporarily occupied territories. And needs to be mentioned that the information about war crimes that we receive is transferred to governmental agencies, the General Prosecutor's Office, that what is meant. Luhansk, Donetsk Prosecutor's Office is something, the agencies that we deal with, advisory missions, monitoring missions, also the organization that we work with, and two theses that the Russian Federation spreads. And to disprove these myths, they spread the trend, the Russian Federation spreads the trend that at the territories that they freed, occupied, in fact, people were waiting until Russians come. So we didn't have time to document, we couldn't document, but there is a story that a hero in all the senses of it, Malik Nazar, he was in the assault battalion number 25. He was one of the participants to such an event, let's put it this way, because the Crimea Republic has been occupied long ago, and the occupation administration forced children to sing Ukrainian anthem, to watch the Russian flag being put up, and Nazar was the 11th grade student, so they were singing Ukrainian anthem, and in 2024 he became part of Armed Forces of Ukraine. Unfortunately, in May 25 he died. And another example, but this example shows us and proves that children, young adults, they resist, and that we documented and registered that in our interviews. The second example, Russian Federation is trying to prove that by changing the educational system on temporarily occupied territories, they fight kind of pro-Western stories, creating this Ukrainian identity. But one of the documented cases, also part of the report, unfortunately, we cannot tell you about the whereabouts, about the place of this crime. In this case, the militaries of Russian Federations were using the school, high school, they were using the school rooms, high school rooms, as toilets. So it just shows who are being, how they are, what their upbringing, Russian upbringing is. And of course, we are saying that here we have to talk about two periods, since 14 to 22, and another one since 22 until today, because these are two different periods. In the first period, the Russian Federation, they kind of didn't want to do something, but they just started to introduce their changes to education. So much less lessons, fewer lessons of Ukrainian language. And first it was optional or as a foreign language. The Ukrainian language was taught as foreign language, but since 22, Ukrainian language disappears from schools almost everywhere there, first on Luhansk, Donetsk Oblast territory, and then other territories that Russia occupies subsequently. And of course, until now, the Russian trend is still militarization, the attempts to deport children, and these, by deporting, by doing this deportation, taking them to so-called camps, the Russia is doing additional militarization, ideology, events are being done there. So that was documented and depicted by us as well. Thank you, Nazaria, very, very much. I was watching our speakers. We are very nervous looking at this timer. Hopefully we have enough time, 16 seconds. So I'm going to make closing remarks. Responsibility, justice, is not something that will appear tomorrow as a wonder. It's something that we have to work on today. And this is the response to what was done to our children who are victims. And of course, this is for everyone who would love to have this justice and who is ready to do everything for that. And in order to show the interests to present the interests of children, they're saying it's not only for the sake of those children, for other children who are still controlled by aggressor state, and also in order for such things will never happen again. So justice is directly related to the guarantees of this never happening again. So if we take this element out of the overall negotiation process, unfortunately, we risk to be where we were before, at the beginning of this parabola. But we want to go up to the highest peak of that parabola. We would like to see this compensation commission that would be fully effective, and the tribunal, and the Article 22 is also a really important thing developed by Ukraine and Ukrainian community. That is something new, nothing to compare with Nuremberg. And also we would like to see OSINT working, and our non-governmental organizations know and are doing this, how to document from all open sources. You can involve international partners, you have to approach them. We know how to work with children. How do we do in such a way not to inflict harm, but hold those who need to be responsible, to hold them responsible. So let's go on. I do not want to create too high expectations, but we all understand that justice requires a long time, maybe dozens of years in order to achieve it. But when we achieve it, when we get it, it's really going to be the fact for that never happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You're within the timing. We thank Katarina for this wonderful moderation. Let's give words of gratitude to our panelists. Of course, the timing is important. It would be good to have, all the time we need to fulfill everything, but let's have a break for a small coffee in order to think of all you've heard. So in just 29 minutes at 1600, we will start the final part of our session today. And this is where we will present the joint civil society statement. So please stay with us and come on time. Thank you. Have a good and wonderful coffee. Take a rest.
Так, ну що ж, пані та панове.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all those joining us in the audience, but we can wait a bit, but we cannot postpone the final part of our meeting. We shall start now. That part is going to be called the children in the peace process. Now, this is a very important, sensible topic that we're going to discuss right away. It's going to be an important conversation on what any peace framework must guarantee for Ukrainian children, the commitments that cannot be traded away, and the standards that must hold. Now, this is something we're going to discuss very soon on our stage. Please welcome the speakers, Lesia Ogrysko, co-founder and director of Sagaidachny Security Center. Alona Lunyova, the advocacy director from the Human Rights Protection Center Zmina. Anton Drabovich, head of the Center for Human Rights and War Mobilization at the Kiev School of Economics. Associate Professor, Faculty of Social Sciences, Swedish Distinguished Professor. And the conversation will be moderated by the Alexander Babs, advisor to the Office of the President of Ukraine. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for staying. Indeed, we clearly understand that this topic was left for the ending, but there is a reason for that. Because everything we mentioned today has to be implemented in the course of the peace settlement or not. And this is something we are going to talk to our speakers. Now, before we start this panel, I would like to share my personal impressions. I'm the member of the Ukrainian negotiation team, and on several occasions in 2025, 2026, I had an occasion to talk to Russian delegation to include on matters that we discussed today. Now, in order to stay diplomatic, I'm not going to talk what we mentioned, what we discussed. We talked about those stories of Pecheniks and Polevets, and speaking on children, the discussion is not really much different in terms of the narrations. And my personal experience shows that the way we address humanitarian aspects of all categories of our people, POWs, civilian detainees and deported and forcibly transferred children, well, it will define the sustainable peace, whether it's going to be like that. And together with our panelists, I would like to talk on three major dimensions: legal, political, humanitarian dimension, and let's call it a high-level ideological dimension. The question: what do we have in a long-term perspective as a nation after we will have a peace? So let's start. Let's start with you. I think your expertise in the international law and in security architecture is important for us to talk about a question: how the potential peace agreement should look like between Russia, Ukraine, and the security guarantors. In part related to the deported children. We clearly understand how Russia is using different legal phrasing for manipulation, and how can you level up, the victims and aggressor, the children who were abducted by the Russia, and how Russia is attempting to use them for the exchanges, which is not possible. So we understand that this is the game of words with the long-term legal consequences. But what do you think? How that should look like for the sake of the best Ukrainian interest, and whether it is really, whether we can really implement that from the standpoint of the international law and all of this legal ecosystem. Thank you. Alexander, greetings everyone, and big thanks for the invitation. I think it's great that the question is more about the international security in the context of the international law, surely, because the way you worded the question, it's all about the attempt to bring the discussion around children into the dimension of the international security and the overall. And let me start with personal experience. I've returned from abroad in 2014 because the Euromaidan started, the war started, and then at first in Crimea and then in Donbass. I went to Donbass, and together with my British colleague, I've established an office of the largest humanitarian organization called Save the Children. So, I worked on matters of children since that very actively, but we were primarily dealing with the humanitarian response with humanitarian aid, and the matter of children was kind of considered within that paradigm. And many of the international partners were kind of pushing us to look at that only through the prism of humanitarian dimension. But unfortunately, we're dealing with the kind of enemy and aggressor that is using a matter of child as a weapon, as a method of blackmail, just as nuclear weapons being used against us. So we have to talk about different dimension. And let me offer 3 statements why addressing this matter primarily lies within the security rather than humanitarian dimension. The first statement, it's a kind of a stress test for the moral agenda after the Second World War. It's that the resolution of all matters pertaining to the deportation and forcible transfer of Ukrainian children, it's not an addendum to the negotiation process. It is for sure not the individual tragedies of the children and the families. Now, it's a kind of a test of how we as the community, and I'm talking about the European community, how we are looking at aspects of morality. And this is what is used to develop the European laws. Oh, yes. And you'll be talking about, terms as well-being and others. So, if the illegal deportation of children, illegal transfer, if their re-education and the stealing of their identity, if the change of their natural environment becomes the matter of, negotiations, of the so-called negotiation process that we're currently having, I think this is the end of the moral agenda that we as the community are having ever since 1945. I'm not naive. I understand it from the standpoint of institutional standard, from the standpoint of international law. We are already saying that this world order is becoming kind of obsolete. It's no longer relevant. And we're currently thinking of the new world order. Now, talking about the moral element, well, I haven't put a full stop for myself. I haven't identified for myself that the moral agenda has completely changed. But unless we resolve the matter with the deported children, those children deported in Russia, well, in this case, we'll have some reasonable grounds to say that the construct, well, for the world order is becoming, well, inactive, let's say, or irrelevant. My second statement is that the forcible transfer is not just, a consequence of war operations. Every war produces a lot of chaos, and amidst this chaos, children might be deported and other atrocities might be taking place. No, this is not just a coincidence. I believe that we are talking about an absolutely clear method of the war. This is the technology of the war. When Russia is basically attempting to exhaust Ukraine from a demographical standpoint, it attempts to destroy the identity of hundreds of thousands Ukrainians, which creates a very significant psychological pressure alongside everything we had suffered before, including those winters that we've suffered and other crimes that we had. And so they're trying to, create this illusion of impunity, that this is not possible. And by doing so, they produce additional stress on the Ukrainian society. So whenever we're talking about children's matter, we're not talking about the physical, transfer of a child from point A to point B. This is an attempt of, you know, unroot the child and its identity, because we all understand what is happening. They're changing the names, the IDs of those children, the language, the school, their natural environment they used to. So that unroots historically the person, and that destroys a person's identity. So it's not about the deportation as as the transfer or the transportation of the children. It's about the technology for the social engineering that Russia has been using against Ukraine. So what's the lesson is about? I mean, the lesson I would like to underline. The point is that we are fighting Russia, which, in terms of the technologies of social engineering and cognitive war, well, Russia, in this respect, has gained some very significant results, and they continue to master this technology. Unfortunately, our European partners are unaware of these technologies. They don't know, how to call it, if not how to respond it. So we are still at a stage of defining the terminology around the cognitive war about social engineering technologies and things like that. We're discussing that. While Russians have already using this on the territory of Ukraine, and in fact, they start to crunch upon other European states as well. So the resolution of this matter in Ukraine could be a deterrent factor for the future. It will make us more capable of dealing with the wars related to the cognitive operations in future. And the third statement, yes, because I would have one clarification question for you. And the third thing, which is related to the first or to the second statement, many says that deportation, or rather the return of the children, it's the matter of, deterring from future crimes. Or some would say, let's say, that the responsibility for that, it's all about the past. I mean, those atrocities took place, and we have to find for a solution for a normal response of the society and the global community, like hashtag accountability. But I believe we should be looking at this matter not only from the standpoint of the past and the responsibility of the party to the crimes committed, but from the standpoint of the future. Because if the world will not be able to ensure the return of the children and the accountability of the perpetrators, then similar actions might be taken by the other autocratic countries. So it's not exclusively the matter of Ukraine or the Russian-Ukraine war or our responsibility. We're talking about global precedent. Understanding then deportation, in many cases, in many wars, deportations were happening, but now, with the combination of those cognitive technologies and social engineering, we are facing with a slightly new type of threat. So the resolution of this matter is becoming kind of a waxing from this not to be happening in our countries and others as well. Well, thank you. You answered in many dimensions, but I'd like you to go more to be more specific, because it has to be properly regulated, including for the interests of the future generations, evidently. But when we sit at the table of negotiations with Russians, and then there is American mediators somewhere at the table, and you need to write a text, an agreement to be signed, and Russians understand that if they will sign under the text where they take a commitments they would need to return to all those children, that's a signature basically to an indictment letter. It's something that they're trying to avoid all the time long, saying that, well, they are not culpable under all the decisions of the courts, including intermediate courts. So, can you tell me, when are we going to have this question? What should be written in the agreement? As the citizen of Ukraine, as an expert, what would you like to see in this agreement? What has to be written? But in one sentence, we don't have, you know, a possibility for a large number of, quotes and sentences. Well, in this case, I would try to think of the phrasing, something around the international monetary mechanism of children who were, transferred over the period of time from 2022 on Ukrainian territories as well. So we would need to add the element that we are monitoring something, and just as the international coalition that hopefully by that time we'll have at least like who will be those negotiators, so that would be monitoring the matter of transfer and transportation to make it as neutral as possible, but with the mandate. And I think that would be the main task for the Ukrainian negotiatory team to underline this monitoring aspect, to go to the territory of Russia in attempt to verify everything, and then we'll be talking on how this commission would work. Okay, Alena, in December we had a resolution of the Assembly General. It was important because it was on the return of the Ukrainian children. When the resolution was adopted, clearly the representatives of the aggressor state at the UN were kind of rejecting everything that was mentioned. But there was one narrative mentioned there. It was new. You were saying that you are undermining the peaceful process, which clearly shows which direction the Russians are taking us to. This is the direction when there is a temptation to balance the human rights with the political kind of necessity. I mean, we need to end the war. Like, why are you doing that? I mean, this is not relevant. I mean, we were doing so in some way over the past 4 years. You, as an expert, as an advocacy expert at the Human Rights Protection Center, how do you look at that? And I asked Leslie about how that should be like, and a question to you: which red lines should we not cross? Thank you for the question. Greetings, dear colleagues. Well, I understand why Russians are insisting on not having those matters in the agenda, because the clearer the provisions, the more decisions would be delayed for the better, the less chance we will have to implement that provision. I mean, whenever we're saying that in the drafts that were made public, I mean, 27 clauses, 28 clauses, the only question that mattered, that was related to people, it was all about the return of the POWs, detained people, and children. For us, it's important that this clause should stay, and there could be no conditions. Whenever we're talking about the return of the children, there could not be any conditions, or like turning this environment into a place of discussions. Like maybe in Ukraine you have like Russian children, and you would need to search for that. So they're maybe trying to get us into searching for the formula or simultaneous release or something like that. The exchange of children. I think this is something where we shouldn't go under no conditions. The second thing, which could not be subject to negotiations, that's the subject of fairness or justice. Because whenever we start discussing whether we need to call black that is black or white is white, when we move on from the idea that you would need to call a crime as a crime and criminal by its name, well, this is going to be our crime against our future, because it's very important for us that those clarities would stay. And therefore, the matter of possible tribunal, the holding accountable, could not be part of the peaceful agreement. At the same time, it's important to mention, to speak not only about children and those forcibly captured by the Russian Federation. What's outside of the agenda or the attention It's not, well, the temporary occupied territories are not mentioned because millions of people remain under the occupation, hundreds of thousands of children, or we have a figure of 1.6 million Ukrainian children currently located in in Ukraine. Russian Federation is not requiring to deport the children. They've built a new system of indoctrination and militarization of the children on the occupied territories. So if we'll not focus on those territories, if we're not talking about the access of humanitarian organizations or international organizations that should be there in the agreement, I think without that it would be difficult for us to tell whether Russia will stop the mass violations of the human rights. Well, I don't think it will want to stop. So I would agree with Lessa. There is this well-thought policy made of different puzzles, destroying the identity of our children, mobilization into Russian army. That's part of the puzzles. That's a systemic policy that unveils. We can see that Russia is not stopping by itself. That is why it's important that we we need to, call things as they are, that there is massive violations of rights against the Ukrainian children. We can talk about the return of the Ukrainian children, but we are forced to talk about the temporary occupied territories. And when the agreements are made, we hope, well, that there will be an integrity on the other part. Whenever we sit to talk about with the Russian side, I think it's all different. And when we think of this clause, the return of the children, we have to think like how that could be implemented. Whether the Russian Federation would be saying like, "What's your children?" I mean, all of them have Russian citizenship because without their agreement. Nothing can be done. I mean, they have the Russian citizenship, and that's the case for the illegally detained civilians who are currently convicted as Russian citizens. So we have to think like, what are we going to tell the Russian Federation? How are we going to identify those children? And then the question of children that are no longer children, who are already 18 years old, or are we going to say that the Russian Federation has to inform us on their where-being when they having an information their Ukrainian children whether they had a chance to return. So our straightforward position is that the children cannot be subject to exchange, trade, or something like that. And speaking of the sanctions, which was something here that the matter of sanctions, should not be should be kept, But we have to take into account the people in occupation. These are our citizens, so it's important that we demand the compliance with human rights, at least on basic and humanitarian things. Thank you, Elena. I fully support you, and I agree with every word you say.
The only thing that I would like to say, probably everyone who is here understands, we have foreign colleagues, but especially international colleagues, but Ukrainians for the first time, that the peace agreement, whatever it is, it's going potentially to be a compromise, because non-compromise is called capitulation, because when the country that's the winner dictates their will and the other party cannot add any corrections. We understand it's not like that, but Russia is not having the victory in the battlefield, but Ukraine does not have enough potential to win. And so that's what we are discussing all the time about. For like me, being a person who is actually knows a lot about this process, the Ukrainian society has to understand where those compromise areas are going to lie in, whatever the enemy is going to demand from us, whatever Alona told us, and is 28-item plan in the mass media, and after Trump and Putin have met in Anchorage. So we saw what exactly the Russian Federation wants, like appealing to what Alona has mentioned. One of the items mentioned there, that since the document is signed, any claims of any country's private or legal entities or natural entities related, associated with the war are not subject to any any process. And this is about anything, that this pertains to anything. There just any legitimacy is lost if Ukraine signs that. And in this context, if we are saying and understand that the system of agreement, whatever it is regulated like, there's going to be included much more compromises. So how this war ends will shape a lot what will be the Ukraine's future in the long term. So what have we done for future generations in order for them to feel Ukrainians to the full extent, not to feel guilt for something that has not been done? Both Alessia and Alona has mentioned about this cultural, ideological development, formation. To your opinion, in the context of peaceful process, of what Ukraine has stand for, what Ukraine has to think about, and convince their allies in the context of long-term consequences of war, ideological, cultural, social. Thank you. Thank you for this question. I would love, when I answer the question about ideology, to say it's basically related not to political ideology, but rather to its ethical component that Lesa has mentioned. And it's not only about Ukrainians, red lines. So the question is about the following: whether the country can abduct, in general, hundreds of thousands of children from other country and not be held guilty, like in front of the whole world. Okay, so for Ukraine, it's a red line for sure. Just to remind you of our revolutions, the Orange Revolution, the Dignity Revolution, one of the key trigger components are children. So probably I don't think Ukraine would be able, or any politics or any government, whether they like Trump, they don't like Trump, well, it's a huge, big red line for Ukrainian society that triggered Ukraine even before those revolutions. And number two, how about the global community, for European colleagues? Is it okay? Is it normal to normalize abduction of so many children? Is that the ideological framework? Is it the new norm that's going to be part of the new order of humanitarian law? Is that okay? For me, the answer is very evident. It's not. This is a question about adult people. So we are all adult people here. Do we want that to be normalized? Yeah. So do we want to disregard children in any of the items there? So they are already abducted. They are already forcibly adopted or fostered. So now we are going just to swallow that and say, well, okay, so because of the political reasons, okay, some ladies or gentlemen, do not want to have that, and it's not good for their career. That's amoral. Living in the midst of that ideology, it's not something that we want to live in. But if we do that, we will demonstrate it's okay to have a new norm like that. And now, being more specific, going back to specifics. So Russia, so it indoctrinates, it abducts children, mobilizes them into the armed forces, making them fight against their own country, like erasing their identity. They're showing that. And the best example is Maria Lvova-Belova. So she adopts a child who was abducted from Mariupol. Filip Golovnya is an example. It's a boy who resists, and they make a show out of that on the national TV. It's a national TV show. She is not just an ordinary person, like she's broadcasted, and she says, well, he was resistant first, told me something about Ukraine, but it's okay. I pressed on him. So she demonstrated them a high level person, demonstrates that in front of the whole world. And only one agency was able not to tolerate that. So can we tolerate that? It's something that a high-level official from Russia demonstrate in front of the whole world, defining the framework what Russia's doing. It's not just an occasion, it's not a random thing. They're throwing that in the face of the whole world. So what can you all do to us for that? It's not only for Ukraine, you know. So they're mocking not only Ukraine, but the whole world. Of course, they don't have that as one of the items in their negotiations. And at the end, I would like to remember the example when the whole community have already been humiliated, but not fine, like to the end. After World War II, Abekloya, our degradation. So if so, we have a big problem, and it's not only in Ukraine. It wouldn't be a red line only for Ukraine. It should be a red line for all of us if we want to see a world we want to live in. It's not only my opinion, it's also other colleagues. We are working in the areas of history of law. So Russian actions we see have all the signs of genocide intent, and it's not a random thing. It's a part of a huge plan. So, for example, you look at the convention and you can see that the practicing lawyer, prosecutor, he was working as a prosecutor in Poland, and he qualified all those things very clearly as genocide. Thank you, Anton. Thank you all. I understand. So our panel is just the shortest, yet we tried to make it really relevant and meaningful. And I have a feeling, and I have been feeling it for a couple of months, and it correlates with my colleagues voicing their opinions. It is as follows. The peaceful process is very often thought as the process when you have to exchange something, recommend something, and then complete it and finish it as soon as possible. And there are a lot of people who have the role of mediators, and they're pushing us. Some of them have been talking to Putin recently, and they tell us he wants to finish it as soon as possible, and it will happen very soon. And I see a huge risk there, because it's a very simplified perception of how we are completing this war. And discussing this topic about deported children, and not only that, but also the wounded soldiers and those in captivity, we wanted to show that actually the morals of the potential peaceful agreement can really be undermined, and it also can start long-term very dangerous things for Ukraine. So our armed forces have done everything for us not to be ashamed, but when the signature or the full stop is going to be put in that war, the most important thing that the issues that and questions that we have discussed today, we want those issues to be remembered, and we want to keep and continue dignity. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you very much to all of your speakers. And it seems to me that your conversation just confirms that contact prevails. Yeah, you complained that your panel was not lengthy, but the concentration of the information is thought is wonderful. Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have a really important symbolic moment that we mentioned in the very beginning. So this is presentation of the joint statement of the non-governmental organizations with regards to strengthening efforts, with regards to the return of Ukrainian children. And now we are going to get to know this statement. And this is going to happen right now. It's going to be transferred to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine to be used during the preparation for the summit and distribution among the coalition members. So Onesia Senyuk, the head of the research department, Zmina, to present this joint statement. Dear participants, first of all, I would like to thank for your work, for the discussions that we had today. And of course, that allows me not to describe the context in which we were developing the statement, because everything was really discussed during panels in very much detail. Special thanks for staying with us to hear the statement. So developing the statement started from the understanding that the 4th year of the large-scale invasion and the 12th year of the aggression, armed aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine, we've already accumulated the experience of documentation, rehabilitation, return that we have to base upon, but at the same time the challenges have changed as well, and we wanted to take that into consideration together with the colleagues with MENA organizations, Safe Ukraine, Regional Center on Human Rights. We have prepared the statement with involvement of other leading Ukrainian organizations. We were trying to form very specific recommendations before Brussels summit. So this is the call based on the context in detail described today, and the experience of organizations, the gaps that still need to be finalized, and evolution of challenges faced by organizations in the process of identification, return, rehabilitation, as well of to holding them accountable. So our call was focused on specific indications, on directions. This is the pressure on Russian Federation. So the pressure with regards to stopping violations with regards to Ukrainian children. So it's about forcible transfer and deportation. So changing of citizenship, adoption, family separation. And also pressure with regards to providing information in order to identify and return children back. And also issues about sanctions and coordination of sanction regimes in between the countries under that. And it was mentioned that the very important step at the end of last year, signing resolution of UN General Assembly on return of Ukrainian children with specific steps. And this is for the General Secretary and Special Representative of UN on armed conflict, war conflict. There is some progress. It's important not to stop. So the call is for this resolution to stay not just on paper, for these steps to be fulfilled. And the coalition members can help with monitoring the obligations. Also, today we've been mentioning holding accountable. It's important to talk about International Criminal Court as an institution and also investigation situation in Ukraine. Important also to talk about meeting the orders for warranties to arrest on behalf of the President of Ukraine and the Ombudsman. And we are talking about the legal responsibility in the context of the criminal court, but other mechanisms, for example, recommendations of UN structures, OSCE, Moscow mechanism, and also children being included into the registry of laws. This is to continue with efficient and stable work of those organizations who already showed that they are capable of returning children and rehabilitation of children. So this is localizing and avoiding duplication. And for volunteers and for other people, the important element is to defend those people who do it on a daily basis, to guarantee access to law acts, to support, and how to respond with regards to the pressure exerted towards those people who are involved in returning children, and also aspects of integration. Today we talked about continuity of care using Ukrainian expertise of Ukrainian organizations, development of capabilities of specific communities to strengthen family forms of upbringing, and also to provide realistic participation of children victims in the processes. We've seen that in the first panel. It's important to have that platform and other forms. And also those children need to be involved directly into the process. And the special item is a recommendation and call to the coalition to form a very clear-cut program, the roadmap for the coalition members to define specific actions and the monitoring mechanisms, how these actions are going to be monitored and tracked. And we are very much thankful for the dedication of coalition members for the return of children. And we are happy to see every time it has more and more members as part of the coalition, and hopefully that we will be able to define the direction for future and principles of work that will ensure and promote justice for Ukrainian children. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Mr. Andriy Sybiha, please come upstage to get the statement, to receive the statement. Thank you for this transfer. Now I'm really empowered. Dear friends, dear participants, it's an honor to me, special honor to participate in this event. Probably I will start by thanking the organizers. As high level, wonderful content, and a lot of development, new elements. What I was impressed is by this exposition here in this museum, and during our planned summit in Brussels on the 11th of May, let's do the same exposition. So the 700 bricks symbolizing killed children, yeah, it's very symbolic, and the grains like children, depicting children who are derooted, and the pictures drawn by children in occupation and after return. It's a special sign and a special message. So let's implement that. And dear friends, my mission is very special. I have been mandated and I've received these specific recommendations. Also would like to share some thoughts with you. Of course, special words of thanks for the civil society organizations for this important document. I'll get back to it soon, but I'll start from two short phrases. Citations, we were just taken and you do not belong to anyone. And number two, we were just taken out, abducted, and we were told nobody needs us. You might think that those two citations are from deported Ukrainian children. That's true, they are, but in between those two citations is more than 80 years. The first is from Boris Romanchenko. When he was 16, he was deported by fascists from Ukraine during the Second World War, and he got to the Nazis' concentration camp. And the second belongs to a boy from Mariupol. After deportation, he got to the Russian filtration camp. And you can see the parallels, they're very evident. They never should have happened. Just like Boris Romanchenko, who survived Buchenwald, he didn't have to die of the Russian missile in 2022. However, this is our reality of Russian war and its atrocities, war crime. It's very symbolic that today we are convening in the Museum of the Second World War, because the deportations are very similar from what Nazis did 80 years ago and how they deported children. And well, I am very thoughtful of this phrase that I'm using, our children. It's really our children. And by the way, well, there was a Kill House movie shown here yesterday, and actually it's about a child who was returned. It's not a documentary, but it's really realistic story because it conveys emotion, and the opal ending calls for action. It calls us and the whole world, and actually this event is also a call to joint action. And during all the discussions about returning abducted children, there's always two dimensions, emotions and actions. And today I started from emotions deliberately. It's really important. It starts action. It also includes partners, gets them to action. And we are talking about our children again. But the results is there where the emotion is supported by actions and work, joint work. So now I'm transferring to the measurement of action to say what we have already done, what we have to still do. And it's evident that the main result is returning children. Of course, it's a KPI for us, and more than 2,000 children are back home is a very it's an effective result thanks to the leadership of the President Volodymyr Zelensky, the First Lady Olena Zelensky, and Bring Kids Back initiative, and thanks to the civil society, thanks to you. But what we have, the result is nothing to compare with the scale and scope of crime. And that is why we have to work, search for new platforms, mechanisms, instruments. And we are living and acting in a poorly regulated sphere. So when there is no DNA databases, we use OSINT instruments. And we are looking for relatives of children who were deported, and we want this to become a full-fledged system of protection. Children needs to be the first who are protected during the war, not the first victims of war. And the Russian deportation of our children is since this is not the first time that happened since World War II. There are different other stories, but until now there is no unified framework of response or mechanism of action, and also holding the perpetrators responsible. There is only different experience that we would like to take into account and join it and combine it. And our story is not the first, but other stories, just like other stories, something should not happen. We wanted to be the last one. And starting from last fall, we started to be active at all international platforms. And today, together with you, we are getting ready to the next step. And briefly, just to remind you of the key events. In the fall, we were able to get more than 40 delegation, General UN Assembly, 15 leaders among them, and monarchies and first ladies and gentlemen, because it's everyone's thing. We already approved the resolution of UN General Assembly to return our assembly, approved by everyone. And as a minister, I can tell you that a lot of people resisted. Russia was working with different capitals of countries not to that to happen. Nevertheless, the resolution was approved, and it's a historical victory at the leadership of Ukraine. We initiated this process because international response has to be equal to the scale of the Russian crime and war. And as I've mentioned, that was difficult, and some of the allies that we have also advised us not to do so, but this is about our standpoint and principle. So this is the reality.
I would like to underline that we have support from more partners on the return of the kids than those who supported the resolution. We had a ministerial in Vienna, as security and cooperation in Europe could only be based on the European values, and the right to childhood is one of those. And the previous speaker has mentioned the Moscow mechanism. Surely we will actively work on the engagement of the possible tools available to the OSCE. Once again, I would like to remind you that the the new the country to host the presidency in the OSCE started its presidency was visiting Ukraine. We've also received a document from the Independent Commission of the UN, and the deportation of the Ukrainian children was considered as the crime against humanity. And this is going to stay forever, because the crime against the children is the crime against the future of all of us. As you remember, back in 2023, the ICC has issued the arrest warrants against Putin and his commissioner for child rights, Marilova Belova, even though the arrest warrants are not being fulfilled, but they're already working. They're the one to launch the process of imposing sanctions of certain perpetrators engaged in deportation of the children. Starting from the 10th package, the EU calls the names of their crimes, and also some of the sanctions are mentioned in the 20th package. We have to work, and we are already working in order to sanction everyone who has to do with this case. Every employee of those camps or other entities. Now the proactive role is being played by the Holy Father. I've been to Vatican just recently to make sure that the agreements reached by President Zelensky and the Pope are still in action. I had a very warm conversation in Vatican with the Cardinal Matteo Zuppi, and I expressed words of gratitude to him for his personal leadership and efforts. The religious and spiritual track is working. This is the track of moral leadership that will be reinforced. Now, going back to the summit in Brussels, we will have the following priorities. First of all, the extension of coalition. We are expecting new members, those who are helping unofficially and those who we managed to persuade. The extension of the coalition, it brings new possibilities with every new member. It's not always the funding or the mediation. It could be the personal experience, because in many cases this is the one that is the most important, and we have some previous assurances with regards to the new members of the coalition. Next, identification and verification. Now, the key mechanism for the search and identification of our children is the OSINT. Truly, this is our privilege, the privilege of the 21st century. This is particularly important when we're talking about the orphans. Russians have stolen these children from us, and they have stolen the names and the personalities of those children. It's important that OSINT is not just a case for a certain enthusiasts. This direction is now being used by the Interpol and Europol, and the Brussels is going to work on the extension of those capacities. Third, the implementation of the resolution of the UN General Assembly. The resolution is not just a political statement. This is the tool that allowed the Secretary General to have some possibilities, mechanisms for the return of the Ukrainian children. The Kremlin criminals are afraid of the public pressure, because it will always a threat for them. It has an impact on their reputation, even among their sympathizers. That is why the engagement of the Secretary General might work. It's important that this tool would be used by the current Secretary General or the next Secretary General, as the election are coming very soon. Now, it would be good that every candidate would include the position of Ukrainian children into their program. That would be a very significant move, and UN shouldn't have, it must play a very important role, particularly the Institute of the Deputy Secretary General and the Special Rapporteur on the children and conflicts. Currently, this position is taken by Vanessa Fraser. She has been to Kiev and to Moscow. We knew about that, and we're worried about all these traps that Russia will introduce into her visit, and we're expecting clear assessments and proposals as the result of her contacts. We shall continue to use all available tools and the mechanisms of UN. At the same time, it is clear today that those mechanisms are inefficient, obsolete, and slow. Fourth, the rehabilitation integration. Unfortunately, Russia's crime against our children is not finishing with the reputation, because they continue with the indoctrination. The identity of our children is subject to pressure. They're trying to erase that as if a hard drive in the computer. They're trying to download this drive with propaganda, trying to turn the Ukrainian child into a Russian soldier to kill Ukrainians. That is why, talking about the return of our children, we are in fact talking about the triple return. The return of a child into Ukraine is not always the most difficult step, because then you would need to recover the identity of the child. Now, the major threat, the major challenge is to return the childhood for that child. And this is where we would need the support of our partners, both in terms of funding of our projects and the initiation of their own projects. Dear friends, this Brussels is not going to be a full stop, but it has to be a very important step. This is why I'm going to go there carrying the position provided by the civil organizations, with a mandate given to me by the state and by yourself. Should we want to consolidate the whole world, we need to consolidate among ourselves. This is something we need to do in all spheres. Politically, when we want the parents to listen to the voices of their child once again. I thank you for the fruitful work. I thank you for these recommendations in the document. We have to work on making sure that the KPI would comply with the true numbers of the abducted children. For that, we need our collective efforts, our collective will, and collective pressure. We need the interaction. We need to make sure that we're returning not only the children into Ukraine, but we are returning the Ukrainian childhood to our children. And the final stop should be holding accountable all those perpetrators. The Russian deportation of Ukrainian children is a crime against humanity, but it's important to remember that this is also a crime against specific children. And that means that there has to be claims to international courts. There has to be claims filed by our children. Now, our task is to make sure they will result in sentences and punishments. And there can be no compromises, because it's all about justice, and our children are not a matter of negotiation. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine. We thank you, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Andrei Sibiel. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have us to thank you for today's event, for the work, and I would like to finish this event with a dream, because, you know, dream is the inevitable component of a normal childhood. A dream of starting our next meeting with the words, "We have done that. All of our children back home in Ukraine." I thank you.
Для представників медіа
And for the representatives of media, just to tell you that we will have a press conference very soon. And I'll say you goodbye and see you. Thank you, and glory to Ukraine.